If I could have your attention, please. I'd like to call the meeting to order and ask everyone to please stand for the singing of O Canada. We have a moment because our audio person is not there. We can sing it? Okay, you don't want me to. I have to thank you all very much. That's one of the better renditions of O Canada, and definitely one that we could all sing that we've had in a long time. So thank you all very much. We do have one trustee joining us by phone this evening, so I do have to ask Supervisor Williams to start with a roll call.
Trustee Campbell?
Present.
Trustee Clark?
Present.
Trustee Coughlin?
Present.
Trustee Grant?
Present.
Trustee Huff?
Present.
Trustee Jaffe? Trustee McKinnon? Trustee Poolhill? Trustee Hart? Trustee Reed?
Present.
Chair Tisdale?
Present.
Trustee Todd? Present. Trustee Mulligans? Trustee Aussie? Trustee Bennett?
And just before I look for approval of agenda, Trustee Jaffe asked me to please extend his regrets. He is running late this evening, and he will be joining us as soon as he possibly can, but he wanted me to assure all of you that he will be reading the information packages. Do you want to just add the last few?
Trustee Bennett? We're just doing roll call.
I think I'm here.
Trustee Aussie?
Hi, everyone.
Trustee Mulligans?
Present.
Thank you. Looking for a motion to approve the agenda. Trustee Coughlin, seconder. Trustee Grant, all in favor? Thank you. Are there any conflicts of interest? Seeing none, the first item on our agenda this evening is public input. I'd just like to remind everyone that individuals have 5 minutes to present, and groups, those representing a group, have 10 minutes to present. Supervisor Williams and her assistant will be raising a yellow card at the 1 minute warning mark when you're coming up to 1 minute of time left, and when your time has expired, she will raise a red card, at which time we would ask you to please finish your statement. Also, if you could remain at the microphone when you're finished speaking in case there are any questions or clarification from trustees for the presenters, that would be appreciated. So we'll start off. Our first presenter this evening is Henriette MacArthur.
Okay. Good evening, Board of Trustees, Administration, and my fellow A.J. Baker advocates. My name is Henriette MacArthur, and I have long awaited this chance to address you, the Board of Trustees. I thank you for this opportunity. I didn't realize just how long I'd been following this topic till I went through my notes and found they dated back to 2005. So for 9 years, I've been following this closely and attending your board meetings. Laura Elliott is the third director since I've started coming. Elections have happened, trustees have changed, people have retired, my own kids have graduated and moved on from AJ. I actually went to high school with Kevin Bushell, and sometimes I feel like I've seen him every week since. It does strike me that years of being discussed, years of being on this waiting list, could give you the impression that it must be long overdue to close AJ Baker and that we've been living on borrowed time already, when in fact quite the opposite has always been true. In the very beginning there was CPAC, a localized level of this process, one that gave counties input and one that has unfortunately been eliminated. As in all the counties, the Oxford County CPAC Committee was presented annually with all the recommended ARCs for Oxford, which they were to rate in order of priority and put in categories that they were provided with. The committee took it upon themselves to actually create a new category just for us. They called it the super low priority category, and we were the only ones in it. I listened to the committee members deliberate more than once about why we were listed at all, and I must admit that many times since we have wondered this as well. There was much discussion at the time of taking our ARC off the list altogether. But when the committee asked, they were told from the board that once listed, you had to go through an ARC. It was disheartening for us to later learn that other potential ARCs did manage to be removed from the list. In March 2006, our Oxford MPP read a petition from the AJ Baker community in Queen's Park. It carried over 300 signatures opposing the closing of any school that's in a single school rural community. A full 8 years later, in March 2014, that same MPP made his first presentation at an ARC, our ARC, though many in Oxford had asked him. I was very proud to represent my community as an ARC member, but it certainly did have many frustrating moments. Through this process, we did not feel like admin was lying to us, but we never felt we had all the information we needed either. In the organizational meeting, it was indicated that too much information would be too overwhelming for us. Well, I think we could have handled it because we're a pretty smart bunch, but mostly we would have just liked to make that choice ourselves. Partial information, however accurate it might be, paints a picture and gives a direction, and the fate of this school is much too important to all of us here to be based on an incomplete story. That's exactly why we spent years learning at these board meetings, committed weeks of our own research, and worked as a collective group all summer for tonight's presentations, so they would hopefully give you all the information you need to make a truly informed decision. Clearly, our minds can never be changed that, oh yeah, we want AJ Baker to stay in our community. But we ourselves thought that there would probably be a few pretty good arguments that were not in our favor. But as each rock was unturned, we found not only that none point to a closure, but we've become more and more confident that we warrant some long-term investment. Despite the looming black cloud over AJ Baker for the past 9 years, our school and community continue to shine. The people that surround and support the school have stepped up in droves. We are more fierce and passionate than ever. The school is flourishing. Enrollment is up. And in the past school year alone, 2 of your Lawson Literacy Award winners at Thames Valley were from AJ. The first string ensemble AJ has ever had won the Woodstock Rotary Musical Festival. And an AJ grad broke 2 WASA records. These are major accomplishments in academics, music, and athletics, all just in the last school year alone, all at a school that is obviously thriving. At board meetings, it's been frustrating to listen to the deliberation that goes on about taking a child out of their community only if that child is one that lives in the city. In our case, all our children would have to be educated outside of our community, and approximately half of them outside of this board. You will hear a lot tonight about the dollars that surround that reality, and although it is a crucial point, is it idealistic to wonder about the board's concern over losing that many children from the Thames Valley family, aside from the financial aspect? Having said that, we really have become much more aware of the balancing act you have to do here. We've gained respect for each one of you and your job. We've tried our very best to understand all the challenges you face so we could show you everything you needed to know from us. There's so much more going on in our community and in this ARC than just how much we love our school. I've seen the conversation change. The questions have become much more in-depth. I've become more content and hopeful with AJ being a part of this school board than ever before. We've heard you ask around the horseshoe and tell us in person as well. What you need to know from us is what is different about AJ Baker, what's different about your ARC. Give me the reason I need to keep your school open, you've said. Give me something to hold on to. Well, tonight we will attempt to do just that through a variety of subjects. But here are just some of the things that are very unique about this ARC. Your own 3 reasons to close a school are declining enrollment, PTR status, and better programming opportunities. Not one of those apply to us. We have no declining enrollment. In fact, in this review, only the growth communities do. If AJ stays open, the other schools in this ARC do not need any money spent on them. AJ is the only school in our community. So if it was to close, then every single child would be bused to another community to be educated. It saves, at the very, very least, $1 million of taxpayer money to keep AJ Baker open. Any money you spend on AJ Baker in capital or renewal will be paid back in just 2 years or less by retention of students alone. And our children will be split in several directions. They would not move together to form something new. I have seen your genuine concern, and I've seen a few tears. Your decisions are certainly not easy ones. But we feel in this case we can provide such a solid and undeniable rationale for keeping our school open that your decision should be based on that alone. How can you apply precedents when every ARC is unique? The ministry lists a framework of value to the economy, value to the board, value to the community, and value to the student as the 4 areas to examine when deciding the fate of a school. We were told that admin can really only prove the value to the board and that we should use the other 3 categories just as discussion topics. It makes sense that admin would only be able to prove the value to the board, though it is a value we contest because of student retention. But we believe that we can prove the value to the local economy and especially the value to the community and the value to our students. And that's what tonight is about. No school should be closed to fix a problem somewhere else, nor to score a financial windfall elsewhere. We are hopeful that you're going to have to agree. Please give this topic all the respect it deserves and has clearly earned, not only tonight, but including vote night and beyond that. My little grade 2 and grade 5 children had me promise I'd do everything possible to keep their school open. Now they're in grade 11 and 2nd year of university, but they're here tonight because it's still their school. As are my husband and I, because it's just as important to all of us that AJ Baker remains in this community now as it was then. In fact, I dare say that I'm able to appreciate what this school has done for my kids and our community more than ever before. Keep one of the best you have at Thames Valley. Keep AJ Baker.
Questions from trustees? Trustee Reed?
Thank you so much for that presentation and for having the courage to come forward and speak. I just wanted to know that $1 million in savings that you quoted, what was the breakdown or where did you get that figure from?
We do have a whole presentation on that because each one of my points has backing in another presentation, so I can answer that or you can wait for the authority. Okay. All right, thanks, Reed.
Any further questions? Okay, thank you. Our next presenter is Ava Hatch.
Hi, I'm Eva Hatch, a grade 8 student at AJ Baker. Please enjoy this video of one of our AJ community rallies. Please turn your attention to the screen at the front of the room. Thank you.
value about AJ Baker?
The sense of community and family, and it's obvious here tonight. Just the support, no matter what you do or what you, how you approach it, you always have the backing of the community.
It's a great school.
It is awesome. Actually, this is our first year at AJ, and everyone has been so welcoming and so friendly. Everybody in the school knows my kids, and that means, that means a lot to me.
I would say how it involves the community and gets the kids involved in it.
That can't be done.
What do you value about AJ Baker?
The sense of community and family, and it's obvious here tonight. Just the support, no matter what you do or what you, how you approach it, you always have the backing of the community.
It's a great school.
It is awesome. Actually, this is our first year at AJ, and everyone has been so welcoming and so friendly. Everybody in the school knows my kids, and that means, that means a lot to me.
I would say how it involves the community and gets the kids involved in their community.
The community-mindedness of it.
Playground.
I value the strong foundation that my now adult children got from AJ Baker because it's so small. They have a sense of belonging, being part of a family, and the self-confidence that comes with that, and it is carried on throughout the rest of their school and into their new adult life.
So AJ's importance to my family is how they've integrated Mallory and her special needs into the school. They've taken her with open arms and have made it easy for my husband and I to send her off to school, which is never an easy thing for anyone, but with a child with special needs it makes it even more comforting knowing that it's a close-knit community that take every child for who they are with open arms.
It's got no bullies. The community, it just has a big part in AJ Baker, and I think if AJ Baker were to be gone, then our community would fall apart.
A person who used to teach in the one-room schoolhouses, she used to say, we used to just make it like a family, and that has never left this environment. And I think it's a big reason why kids from this go on to be adults who succeed. And it's just a phenomenal community and a wonderful school, and it's just a joy to be a part of.
Even before my daughter started coming here, everybody knew her at the school. She's in JK now, and they all know her. And it's a function of being a small school in a community, small community within a central area that everybody gravitates to, and not having to drive for an hour to get to their school.
I just think it's a very nice school.
It provides the core, not only for the children, but for the entire community. Everything revolves around this school and what happens in it. When you take that school out, you take out the root. You take out the very core of the community. That can't be done.
Thank you. Jane Henderson?
Good evening. My name is Jane Henderson, and it is my privilege tonight to welcome you to the story of A.J. Baker Public School in the center of the universe, Kintore, Ontario, part of the Thames Valley District School Board. We are here to respond to senior administration's recommendation to close our school. April 29, 1976, I was a grade 13 high school student in Burlington, Ontario, sketching in my art class. I was drawing stone farmhouses from a book, and under one sketch I wrote, "Near Kintore, where is Kintore?" This is a true story. Little did I know that I would end up living on a working farm 2 roads west of Kintore. Yes, I was initially brainwashed by my future husband in 1980 that Kintore was the center of the universe. The best farmland, the best people, the best school, and so on. After 30 years, next month, Paul, of living here, I hate to admit it, but yes, dear, you were right. And I didn't need brainwashing to realize that it's all true. My husband and our 3 children all attended AJ Public School. I became a part of that school community as a volunteer with an elective program even before our first child started school in 1991. Paul would pontificate how when he was younger, many of the rural kids were among the natural leaders when they were in high school. They were on the sports teams, in the orchestra, and held key positions on student councils. Yeah, I would say. Being a city girl, I was pleased with my education. But now that I've been ruralized and watched our children move through the school system, I can see what Paul was talking about. We have witnessed the growth and development of our now adult children and their peers, and can clearly see how AJ was able to provide a strong foundation in their education and personal development. We have watched these kids develop a strong sense of belonging and self-confidence, and they give back to their community. You will hear from many of them as they are here to fiercely fight for their school. My role this evening is to introduce you to who we are, for we are the faces of rural Ontario right in your backyard. We have driven half an hour or more to come here to share our experiences of rural living, especially as it relates to education. So who are we? Well, we're farmers. Many of us here tonight grew up on a farm and still live and work on a farm. Although you can see agricultural land disappearing on the perimeters of our cities, agriculture in Ontario County is alive and well. Oxford County is alive and well. Our own son has followed in our footsteps, graduating from the University of Guelph with a commerce degree in agricultural business, and is now back in Kintore farming. He's the 7th generation farming our land. Many are like our son, and a school is needed in the community for the children of this next generation who have returned. We are a community. We are rural people, and living here is different from cities and small towns. Our next presenter will provide an overview of our geography, and you will see how we are a small community spread out over a large geographical area. Although we don't live right next door to our neighbors, we know each other. We've heard directly from senior administration that they don't believe in busing kids out of their community for school. We accept that most of our children have to be bused, but will not accept them being bused outside of the community. Would the board consider busing children from Woodstock to a rural school? Communities can look different, and to people passing through the countryside, it may seem like we're just a bunch of farmhouses and fields, and although Kintore is tiny, our community is as distinct as Ambrose, Thorndales, or Thamesford. Just ask the kids who play soccer or compete in school sports. We are a community, and AJ Baker is the heart of it. Is it not the board's responsibility to see that rural children are educated in their own community? Who are we? We're babies waiting to be students. There's no decline in enrollment here. We are current AJ Baker students, and you will hear from students in grade 4 and 8 on how this school means so much to them. We are former students who will tell you why we are better off because we went to this school. We are mums and dads, not just of current students, but as you can see, many of us are parents of former students. This is a vintage t-shirt. We are here because we continue to be part of the school community long after our children have moved on. Over 300 of us turned out at the first ARC meeting when we heard of the threat of closure, and we did so willingly. Who are we? We are people who feel sick to our stomachs every time we drive by a school in the city or the country, thinking a basic need, a right to education in our own community, our school, could be gone because instead of thinking about the students, Senior Admit is trying to get a government grant for an addition on Thamesford Public School that isn't required or wanted, as we learned from their parents at ARC meetings. We feel forgotten and left out. Rural Ontario is the backbone of this province's economy, and we need to support and sustain the education of our children living here. Who are we? We're grandparents, we're historians, we're retirees who continue to live in this caring community, and you will hear from an 80-year-old who will provide you with the history of the school dating back to 1835. We are not only agricultural business owners and employees that work in this area, but also engineers, journalists, truck drivers, lawyers, construction workers, small and big business owners. Some of us are newcomers who live here and commute to work in nearby cities because of the central location and the excellent reputation of our school. We are problem solvers and researchers and believe that small is the new black. For example, you will hear an overview of the research that student outcomes do not improve when consolidation moves them from smaller to bigger schools. We are teachers, former teachers and principals who have taught elsewhere and at AJ, who will share their teaching experiences with you. Who are we? We're dedicated volunteers involved in 4-H, Scouts and Beavers and Optimists. Our volunteers really shine at the school, where they are involved in reading programs, snack programs, and parent council. One will discuss research that shows there's a decline in parental involvement as the distance to school increases. This is not good. We are athletes. 2 exceptional athletes will talk about their experiences at our school and beyond. We are the David to your Goliath. Kintore Chalmers United Church voted to support the Save AJ Committee, which has met in the church for 2 years now. Our minister will describe how his learning disability slipped through the cracks in a large school. We are neighbors, not just from within our own community, but from neighboring school communities, Zora Highland and Thamesford Public, who are here tonight in support of keeping our school open. We are politicians. Our Mayor of Zora Township and 2 ward councillors will share their wisdom on rural politics and education issues. We are taxpayers, very concerned with fiscal responsibility of our tax dollars. whether it comes from provincial or board coffers. We are a community who is frustrated with the lack of renewal spending at our school that is not prohibitive to repair. However, we are optimistic that the board can make a commitment to keep the school open and in good shape. This is who we are, real people, real students in a rural community. And A.J. Baker is our school that works exceptionally well at meeting the needs of our students in our own community, the kind of school that you, the board, should be proud to keep in its system. The Art Committee has made its recommendation to keep this school open, but senior administration says no. You have the power to wipe out this vibrant community. The good news is you have the ability to keep A.J. Baker Public School open and thriving. So tonight you're in for a real treat as we proudly tell you the story of our rural community and our outstanding school. So everyone, please sit back, get comfortable, turn off your cell phones, and learn why and how you need to vote to keep this school open to meet the needs of your Thames Valley District School Board students in the Kintore area. Thank you.
Are there any questions from trustees? Okay, thank you, Jane. Our next speaker is Tom Henderson.
Now, am I able to control that, or do I just have to say next slide? Next slide? Okay. Good evening. My name is Tom Henderson, and I was that firstborn child the last presenter spoke about. Thanks, Mom. I just finished law school here at Western, and I've recently begun my articles here in town. But more importantly, I am an A.J. Baker graduate, class of 2001. I am here tonight because A.J. Baker is incredibly important to me. The hour drive from West Elgin wasn't enough to keep me away. A.J. Baker was a strong foundation on which I built the rest of my educational career. The purpose of my presentation here tonight is to act as a geographic primer and to provide a little bit of context, some information of the distances and areas currently involved and those contained in the proposals. It's also meant to provide some context to later presentations. I'd like to point out, too, that the distances I mentioned are driving distances and not as the crow flies. So here on this slide, we have the 4 schools contained in this arc. We have A.J. Baker in yellow, Zora Highland in green, Thamesford in red, West Nizori Public School in that dark red and black, and that red shaded area in the bottom, that's the City of London. So as you can see right away, the school boundaries contained in this arc, combined, it's a huge area, well over the size of London. Next slide, please. Now this is the A.J. Baker boundary just by itself. As you can see, it's an immense area, roughly 2/3 the size of London. It's a very large area, as I said, but it's also very manageable as far as rural areas go. You know everyone in this area because of the school, and the driving distances by rural standards are quite reasonable. I'd like to point out that A.J. Baker's northern boundary abuts the Avon-Maitland School Board, which is Perth and Huron counties. Specifically, we rub up against the town of St. Mary's, which you can see above our boundary. This is a sort of secondary community for many of our families, as many of our parents go there to work, and a good portion of our students play hockey there. There are 3 schools up there, which you can see, which I will discuss below. We have St. Mary's DCVI, which is a high school with grades 7 to 12. We have South Perth Centennial, which is an elementary school just outside of St. Mary's. We have Holy Name Catholic School, which is an elementary school. Now, all of these schools have been contacted and do have open space and are willing to accept new students. Additionally, I'd like to point out that there is a 4th school, Little Falls, an elementary school located just beside DCVI. It is currently full, but there are apparently some rumors, some talks that the boundaries will be changed to redistribute students and open up some spots there. And it would be the most desirable for anyone in the northern portion of the A.J. Baker boundary because it would be the closest school. Next slide, please. Now this map shows the A.J. Baker boundary superimposed over London. And all those little red dots you can see, those are schools. So you can see how many schools in London are within an area equivalent to the size of A.J. Baker's boundary. As you can see, it's probably close to most of them, easily 3/4. Next slide, please. Now this slide shows the proposed boundary cut under the arc. That red line represents the proposed partitioning of our community. Everyone north of that red line would head over to Zora Highland Public School, and everyone south of that line would head to Thamesford. Next slide, please. Now this is a slide I prepared showing everyone in that northern portion who live closer to at least one of the schools in the Avon-Maitland School Board. It is rough, but according to Google, it's pretty accurate. So as you can see, many in that area do live closer to at least one of the schools in Avon-Maitland. And I'd like to add that even though one might be geographically closer to Zora Highland, so in that yellow shaded area, many in that area wouldn't mind the extra distance to St. Mary's because everyone north of that red line, they head to DCVI for high school anyway. So it wouldn't be too much of a stretch to send your kids there when they're going to be going to high school there anyway. Additionally, I'd like to point out that there are people south of that red line who do go to DCVI currently for high school for various reasons. One is, even if you live north of that line, south of that line, you still are geographically closer in some areas to St. Mary's DCVI than you are to the alternative high school, which is the one in Ingersoll. What I'd like to do next is provide a couple of case studies to help provide some context and to really illustrate the distances involved here. So if you could go to the next slide, please. Now this first case study is, well, it's me. So that blue bulletin point there, that is where I grew up. That's the house my mother was just talking about. So it was just under 4 kilometers to A.J. Baker, about a 3-minute drive by car, or as it turned out, a 30-minute bus ride. It was perfect as far as rural distances go. It wasn't too far, and it was pretty easy for my parents to come get me at school, whether it be for a team practice or if they were volunteering. Now, the current proposal has me going to Thamesford Public School. If you go to the next slide, please. That's just a zooming in on that area. The distance from my house to Thamesford is roughly 15 kilometers, or if you were to drive that, about a half-hour round trip. That's over 3 times as far away as it was to A.J. Baker. Now, coming to these meetings, I've heard trustees and parents talk about how an extra kilometer is too much for our students. Now, I recognize that urban and rural needs are different, but can you imagine adding 10 kilometers? What I'd like to do next is provide a comparison to London just to illustrate how great of a distance this is. So the distance from my house to Thamesford, next slide please, is almost exactly equivalent to the distance between White Oaks Public School and Masonville Public School. Well, actually, it's a little closer from one end of London to the other than it is from my house to Thamesford Public School, but it's about the same. Now, can you imagine closing Masonville and sending kids all the way to White Oaks Public School? And remember, I'm not the extreme. There are actually people who live farther away from Thamesford who would have to head there for public school, easily making for a 40 to 50-minute round trip for parents to pick up their students. This next case study on the next slide is what I like to call the extreme northern edge of the A.J. Baker boundary, which is shaded in blue. So some of these houses are less than 10 kilometers to South Perth and less than 5 kilometers to Holy Name, and they would be actually even closer to that Little Falls school. On the other hand, they are nearly 25 kilometers to Zora, which would easily be over an hour of round trip driving for parents. Now, I wanted to provide you with a London comparator, but I couldn't find two schools in London that were even close to 25 kilometers apart. The best I could do, as you can see on this next slide, would be taken Byron Public School. Next slide, please. Byron Southwood Public School, which is in the southwest of the city, roughly around Commissioners and Colonel Talbot Road, closing that school, sending them outside of their community and outside of their city, and sending them all the way to Northdale, which is in Dorchester. So, in conclusion, if you could just head to my last slide, I hope this has helped provide some information, some context as to the vast distances and areas involved in this ARC and in these proposals. And I hope it will be helpful to all of you trustees in making your decision to keep AJ Baker, the heart and soul of my community, open. Thank you.
Trustee Grant.
Thank you very much. Through you, Chair, to the Speaker. Tom, I'm wondering if there was any work done on where people who aren't employed in farming are working. There was a great list of is that going to be one of the presentations?
I'm not sure if there is another one, but I believe that was more the previous presentation. But people who aren't in farming, I mean, it's as varied as anyone in the city.
Absolutely, but where they actually work.
Where they work? I can't give you exact numbers, but we have a lot of people who will work in St. Mary's in Perth County, Stratford in Perth County, London, Woodstock, Ingersoll, Tempsford, pretty much any community within a 30 to 40-minute drive.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions? Thank you, Tom. Our next presenter is Glenn MacArthur.
Thank you, Administration and Board of Trustees, for this opportunity for public input. I'm speaking tonight as a graduate of A.J. Baker School and also a graduate of both Wildwood schools in the Northwest Oxford area. Before you start shuffling papers to find these Wildwood schools, save your time, as they no longer exist. It has been said here that we all must do our part to consolidate and cut costs due to constraints on the board by the existing funding formula. I have no doubt that the now infamous C.N. Watson report has effectively identified certain areas in which consolidation is warranted. I do have to wonder, though, if any research at all was done on prior consolidations. Kintore and surrounding community is a good example. Originally home to 3 schools, it has already seen cuts by the knife of consolidation in recent years and now has one remaining school, A.J. Baker, effectively right-sized for the community. To an observer, it would certainly appear that a sensible consolidation of schools had already been accomplished, given the size of the surrounding catchment area and the stable student enrollment numbers. As you will hear in greater detail from other speakers tonight, this remaining school is the only school out of 4 in the recent Northwest Oxford ARC that has not shown declining enrollment, and in addition has already surpassed the board's 2017 enrollment projections. In fact, the enrollment for this year alone is up an additional 9%. And this is a school under threat of closure? This is even more noteworthy since the village of Kintore has been mentioned here as a no-growth zone. Tempsford, Zora Highland Park, and West Missouri schools all draw students from so-called growth communities. Unfortunately, no growth is a term with misleading negative connotations, which in truth simply means that the actual village of Kintore is surrounded by productive farmland, zoned for agriculture, and protected by the township. This farmland is of much greater value for food production than to build subdivisions on. The student numbers plainly indicate that there is no correlation between the village of Kintore's no-growth status and the enrollment of A.J. Baker School, which draws from a much larger area, as Tom just illustrated, containing farms, businesses, and also the surrounding residential communities of Lakeside, Medina, and Uniondale. I'm also speaking tonight as someone personally acquainted with school consolidations and the impressions they make on students. When I was a student attending A.J. Baker, the decision was made to combine the students of A.J. Baker and the former Wildwood Public School, making Wildwood a K-4 and A.J. Baker a grade 5 to 8 facility. Both schools provided a great education. However, to be honest, the most vivid memories of my student career are still the experience of being consolidated with a new and unfamiliar student population. Our classes were combined in grade 4, and it took much of that school year for the newly combined class to achieve a comfortable level of social integration, and this was thankfully without extra problems such as bullying. As our combined class progressed together through the latter years of elementary school, there still always remained a lingering sense of who came from where. Now, as an adult and as a business person, I can comprehend the logic behind pairing A.J. Baker and Wildwood, because at that time, declining enrollment was an actual problem in the two existing schools. Later, in the face of further decline, a supposed final solution was the difficult decision to close the Wildwood School and add the existing Portapac to A.J. Baker. This painful process at least kept a full and productive school within our collective community. Bing! Mission accomplished. Or so you would think. It would seem, in accordance with the board's mantra, that we all need to do our part. We have already done our share of the heavy lifting. We have a right-sized facility that has had stable enrollment for almost 2 decades. To summarize, I feel it is of extreme importance that the Board of Trustees understand that the Northwest Oxford region pertaining to A.J. Baker has already been visited by various stages of consolidation. As recently as 1996, we have already had 2 former schools closed by the board. Even on occasions when consolidation is necessary, it absolutely does have a lifelong impact on the students who experience it. Let's be honest here. These students will potentially be moved from their home community and split up into facilities of the same age with no meaningful program enhancements and stand only to lose a unique and coveted learning environment. Where exactly does value to the student come into play here? I appeal to you, the Board of Trustees, to very carefully deliberate over all of the facts presented tonight when making your final decision. Like every other ARC, this one is unique. Please evaluate us on our own merits rather than irrelevant precedents set in other ARCs. Your decision will profoundly affect the students of A.J. Baker. Our sincere hope it will positively affect them by allowing them to continue being educated together in their own community.
Are there any questions from trustees? Okay, thank you. Our next speaker is George Quinn.
Good evening, everyone. As stated, my name is George Quinn, and I'm a lifetime resident of the Kintore community, and I'm here with the unanimous support of the Doric Corinthian Masonic Lodge, serving Uniondale, Lakeside, Medina, Kintore, and the surrounding area, basically the same area as A.J. Baker School. 1835 was a banner year for our community because that's when our ancestors, recognizing the need for a more structured education for their children, built our community's first school on Lot 15, Concession 10, just a few hundred meters west of the present school. And that, ladies and gentlemen, was the beginning of a strong school and community relationship that exists to this very day. 1875 was another great year because that's when we built our first brick school, a one-room brick building on the southwest corner of the present school property, designated SS number 6. But perhaps 1959, 124 years after our first school was built, is the year that our community can be most proud of its involvement and dedication to our children. That's when we were in possession of a very valuable parcel of land, and we set about to sell that land to the then East Missouri School Board, Section A, so that a new community school could be built on that property. Would you like to know how much our community charged for that land? $2. Yes, you heard me correctly. That valuable piece of farmland on which A.J. Baker now stands was sold to the Missouri School Board by our community to educate our children for $2. And I have the deed right here. Now you may wonder, why do I care? I'm 80 years old. I have no children or grandchildren attending the school. Well, I'm very happy to share with you why I care. 4 generations of my family have passed through those schools. My grandpa, he graduated from the earlier schools. My dad, my 2 sisters, and I all graduated from SS number 6. And my wife Janet and I are very proud to say that our 4 children graduated from A.J. Baker. And I might add that they all went on to graduate from the university or college of their choice. And we're very grateful for the foundation in education and the learning skills they acquired while attending my school and my community. Now, I say my school and my community because I was born at home, just down the road a piece from the present school. Folks have been there since 1842. I've never moved. It's my home. Now, when you're born into a rural setting, you're born into a community. And in my case, a community that's there for each other, regardless of what happens. But it was also a community that had certain demands and expectations from all of us because they cared about us. Yes, discipline, respect, responsibilities. That was our community's curriculum. And I'm happy to say, yes, I grew up in a loving, caring community, and it still exists to this very day. I know that every new baby receives a homemade baby blanket, and people feel a knock on the door, rather, and they open the door, and there's somebody there with a freshly baked pie. Why? Because they want to. That is community. Now, our school community is over 60 square miles in area. We're not densely populated, therefore strong by numbers. But we are strong beyond belief by our love and compassion for our children, our school, and our community. And this was validated when over 300 people attended our barbecue. All the food was either homegrown, home-baked. Everything was donated, including the milk. And I tell you, the energy, the excitement, and the enthusiasm around that event was absolutely amazing. And I'm just sorry, and I mean this, I'm sorry that you all were not able to be there to share in that experience and feel a community at its best. Now, over the years, many people participate in the activities of school and community. And one of those activities is acting as a trustee. Now, trustees represent us with their time and expertise, helping to direct with administration the plans to deliver the education to our children in the most effective and efficient way possible, always remaining focused, however, on the most important element of that whole process, the student. Now, my dad was a trustee, and to Dad and to all the trustees, past and present, a very sincere thank you for your time and effort put into discharging these very, very important responsibilities. And I do mean that sincerely. Now, the School Information Profile, published by the Ministry of Education, states the school's value to the student will take priority over other considerations about the school. It also recognizes the value of the school if it is the only school in the community. Now, the ministry, they saw fit to put this in 3 times. You can imagine my disappointment when I realized the Thames Valley Board only mentioned this feature once, and then only as other considerations the ARC may wish to discuss. As taxpayers, therefore stakeholders with the government in providing education to our students, it is my and our responsibility to ensure that the people making the decisions about our school's future are fully appraised of the value of that school to our students and to our community, and the community's value to the school and the students. And we must not lose sight of the spirit of the directives as well as the words. In recent years, our community has been blessed with the influx of many new young families. And they've been drawn there partly because of our proximity to cities, towns, and villages nearby. but they're also drawn there because of our school. Their children could walk to school or be walked to school, therefore avoiding that bus ride. And this is even more important now with all-day kindergarten. We therefore must be diligent and honest as we weigh the variables prior to making any decision regarding school closures. If we allow school closures to be one of the main reasons and the main resolutions for economic stress, what kind of a message are we sending out? Because any school then is eligible for closure. And what kind of a message are we sending to our children, to our parents, to future parents? Surely we can, when we close a rural school, you remove a vital organ from the body of that community, and it will never be the same. Surely we can meet our challenges without closing our schools and uprooting and relocating our children. And I beg you, do not let our children become the casualties of war, the war of dollars and cents, but rather let us attack all waste and duplication and ensure that we now and remain focused on the most important element, our community's most invaluable asset, our children. They're not units, they're living, breathing little people, and they're counting on you and I to make the right decision regarding their school. School, community, community school, we're one and the same. It defines us, that's who we are. This is rural Ontario. For 179 years, this community has helped deliver education to thousands of young men and women with our undying support. Support that I regret will not be available in a different school. All this, ladies and gentlemen, is why I care. And I have to ask you, what more can we do? Thank you very much for your kind attention.
Are there any questions from trustees?
Thank you again for your attention.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Our next presenter is Sarah Cooper.
How's that, hon? That's good stuff.
Hi, my name is Sarah Cooper. I am in grade 4 at A.J. Baker Public School. My teacher is Miss McPhail, and my favorite subject used to be math, but now I'm in grade 4. I like French better. When I heard the school was maybe going to close, I was very sad. Why would you close a school when it has awesome teachers? All the teachers know my name, even the new teachers. The teachers help me do my work. They are all nice. We have a big playground at A.J. Baker. It has lots of slides, and it has a big yard. We have a sand pit. I like to play tag with my friends. I also like to walk with the teachers at recess. I like to play on the monkey bars. I like when we have outdoor play days. My favorite is the last day of school pizza picnic with my family and friends. Other fun events that I like are the Christmas lunch, Christmas craft day, winter carnival, gourd decorating, spirit days, dress-up days, wacky hair day, and my favorite dances. A.J. Baker has really nice students. I have a lot of friends at school. Everybody gets along at my school and no one is left out. Most kids are nice to help other kids if they need a hand. If my school closes, I won't be with all my friends. I won't know anybody at my new school. My school is nice because I feel safe and I know almost all of the kids. I don't want to go to a bigger school because I won't be able to memorize all the kids' names. These are some of the reasons I love my school. Why would you close my school when I have everything I need at this school?
Thank you very much, much, Sarah. Are there any questions for trustees, for Sarah? Right, thank you very much. Our next presenter is Brad Cooper.
Good evening. My name is Brad Cooper, and my wife and I have 3 daughters, 2 who currently attend our great school, Sarah, who is in grade 4, and Megan, who is in grade 1, and our 3rd daughter, Leah, will be starting AJ in September of 2015. And with your support, all 3 will finish their elementary careers at that school. As you will hear here tonight and have heard for some time now, there are many facts and figures to support keeping our school open. These facts and figures come from not just a handful of concerned radical parents, but actually every scope of our community, young and old, students and graduates, parents and grandparents, those who have been in the area for decades, and those who have moved here because of the school. As a parent, I want to talk to you about what AJ Baker brings to my family and almost every single family in and around Kintore. It's much more than facts and figures. It's fun, engaging, exciting, and most importantly, it's our home. As you will hear in Betty Baker's presentation, teachers want to teach here, and when they come to AJ, they don't want to move on. They learn the families at AJ, and they become like family to the students. Speaking of family, you will hear tonight about how the families of a very conservative 50 students are ready, willing, and able to leave our school board for the neighboring board to the north. The more realistic number of 70 students is alarming to me. That's almost half of the number of students at AJ right now. We should be valuing all of these families within the TVDSB and not letting them leave our community. I mentioned family. AJ Baker is like a family to our family. I want to share with you a few stories about this. My wife can recall a special moment 5 years ago when Sarah had just started JK and one day lost a ponytail elastic on the way to school. Her teacher told us she cried and cried and cried. Apparently, a very nice older student pulled out her own elastic out of her hair and gave it to Sarah. It really made her day and is quite likely a main reason that Sarah absolutely loves school and has hopes of one day becoming a teacher herself. Since Sarah started school, she has regularly come home and told us what a grade 6, 7, or 8 student helped her with that day. And you know, it isn't unusual for us to be out shopping somewhere in London, Woodstock, or Ingersoll, and Sarah or Megan will point out someone who is either a student in an older grade, a lunch monitor, or even a teacher or assistant. They both know many of the students in the whole school of about 155 kids, and they can easily tell you who is so-and-so's brother, sister, mom, or dad. Heck, even many of the students in the school know about our 3-year-old Leah just from conversations with Sarah and Megan. They will come up to us at various functions at the school and ask to see Leah by name. AJ hosts numerous functions at the school each year, like the Fall Family Welcome last week, or the Fun Fair that generated over $5,000 in profit in one evening alone last spring. During these functions, I am always shocked by the number of other students that will walk up to either of my kids and say, "Oh, hi, Megan," or "How are you, Sarah?" or "Do you want to come and play?" It is this interaction with the other students in the school that has always made me feel safe as a parent to let either of my children go off and play with others. I feel safe to let my 8-year-old or my 6-year-old leave the gym and go to the other end of the school, or to go out and play on the playground outside. I know that I could not, as a responsible parent, feel the same security at many other schools that I do at AJ. I would not let my kids out of my sight in a larger school. When you have a so-called ideal school of 300 to 400 kids, there is no physical possibility of knowing all the families and students and having the trust that I have in the AJ Baker community. As for that playground I mentioned, it is a playground that the community of AJ Baker helped to build. In fact, the community rallied and raised $25,000 to build our current playground in 2003, and all of the students can play on it at the same time. There are no divisions. In closing, I'd like to thank all of you for listening to my presentation, and I hope you take something home from it. I would also like to thank my daughter for standing up here and telling you why she loves her school. It means a lot when your 8-year-old asks on her own to speak about her school. Not only did she speak here tonight in front of all of you, she was the very first speaker of all the art presenters during the community input meetings. Now I want to leave you with a quote from a very famous Christmas movie and my all-time favorite movie, Christmas Vacation. It's the part where the boss, Frank Shirley, finally realized the impact of what an employee faced after he cut out the Christmas bonuses after 17 years. He said, "Sometimes things look good on paper, but lose their luster when you see how it affects real folks. I guess a healthy bottom line really doesn't mean much. If to get it, you have to hurt the ones you depend on. It's people that make the difference." Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Okay, thank you, Brad. Our next presenter is Sean Slater.
AJ Baker has lots of spirit. That's why so many students and teachers take part in our regular spirit days. I like how every morning we have AJ Baker announcements so we can find out what exciting activities are going on that day or later in the week. That's when we find out when the next spirit day is. Color days, where you have to wear a certain color, crazy hat day, or twin day. Every year we have AJ Baker Student Council. Last year they had representatives from grade 4 to 7 for the first time. I was elected to be the grade 7 representative. The Student Council decides Spirit Day. I think it's a great thing for the school to have Student Council for grades 4 to 8. This year I'm hoping to run for Student Council again. It encourages the older students in the school to get involved in what's happening in their school. It gives them the opportunity to be leaders and role models for the younger kids. Another way that the older kids can get an opportunity to be leaders at AJ Baker is being lunch monitors. This is my 3rd year being a lunch monitor. In grade 6, I was a lunch monitor for one of the grade 1-2 classes. I had to watch over the kids while they were eating their lunches. The teachers on duty during lunchtime were walking throughout the school, checking in on the classrooms. But 3 of us grade 6 students were in the room the whole time. Not only does being a lunch monitor give you a lot of responsibility, it helps you get to know the younger kids in the school. The first summer after I was a lunch monitor, one of the younger students came to our farm with his parents to see my aunt. When he got out of his car with his dad, he said, "Hey Dad, it's my lunch monitor, Sean." It's nice to go to a small school because you get to know everybody, not just the kids in your class. Every year, the grade 6, 7, and 7-8 teachers choose a boy from grade 7 to attend the SAVE conference in London. SAVE stands for Students Against Violence Everywhere. At this conference, every year, there's a different theme for the day. I was in grade 7. I was one of the students that was on the conference from AJ Baker. The theme was Find Your Voice, Be an Upstander. After the conference, the students were asked to tell a story about a student in their school who faced a challenge. Our school is facing a challenge. It might be closed, and I don't think it should be closed because it's a great opportunity. It's great for the kids to go to a small school where they know all the students and teachers, and they have a chance to be a leader for the younger kids.
Are there any questions? Thank you very much, Sean. Our next presenter is Lauren Thompson.
Good evening. My name is Lauren Thompson, and I am one of about 25 students fortunate enough to live within walking distance to the A.J. Baker Public School. As a matter of fact, we live right across the road from this amazing school. For me, AJ has been my second home for the past 10 years, and honestly, I don't think I could have asked for a better place to spend my elementary years. As I mentioned, our home is right across the road from AJ Baker, and this was one of the biggest reasons why my parents chose to buy our house. The fact that Kintore had a public school within walking distance made it the perfect place to put down roots and raise a family. From the time I began school, I've been a walker. Although I have now graduated from AJ, my younger brother will continue to be a walker, and there are many advantages to this over being a bus student, and I want to share some of them with you. Because we can walk to school, we don't have to get up extra early in order to go and stand and wait for the bus to pick us up, especially in bad weather. We walk out the front door just in time to cross the street and be let into the school to begin our day, and we are home right at the end of the day, even before the buses leave the school parking lot. Also, unlike bus students, we have about 1 to 2 extra hours every school day that is not spent sitting on the bus. This has allowed us time for homework, extra help when needed, appointments, errands, and even after-school sports. One thing that I'm so grateful for, and I know my brother would agree, is the fact that my parents have been able to volunteer at our school. My mom works from home, so this makes it easier for her to volunteer for snack days, field trips, craft days, pick events, or meetings, etc. She just walks over and never has to worry about the added time to drive to and from school, especially in bad weather, when the extra time would be needed for cleaning the car off or taking the drive a little slower. Although it was my mom that we often saw volunteering, I remember once when our teacher needed help figuring out how to use the voltmeter during a science experiment. It took one quick phone call home and my dad was there in minutes and got us all sorted out. There was another time when he was on holidays and came into our classroom and ended up teaching us how to draw reindeer. That was hilarious and something I'll never forget. Over the years, many times, I either went to school early or stayed in a little later to get help with an assignment or something that I just didn't quite understand. Our teachers were always glad and willing to give us the extra help that we needed. Obviously, this would not have been as easy if I needed to arrange a ride. There have been many times where we were able to make appointments with the doctors, dentists, orthodontists, etc. for the end of the school day. Because we didn't need to wait to be bused home, we simply walked home, hopped in the car, and off we went. This meant we missed a lot less school time. Last year, I was lucky enough to have an amazing teacher. She opened up so many opportunities, some of which I never thought of trying, and most I ended up loving. For instance, she taught us how to play the string instruments, and soon we developed an orchestra that played and competed in a few music festivals. As a matter of fact, at our first music festival, although all of our instruments were borrowed, very well used, and some with missing pieces, and others needing a little TLC, we actually managed to beat the school where our used instruments came from. We also blew away the audience at our grade 8 graduation with a special performance which my grandparents are still bragging about. A benefit of living so close was that my brother and I were able to attend all of the after-school orchestra practices, and a few times we even went in for a quick tune-up of our violins so we could practice as much as we could during our free time. Extracurricular sports were yet another thing that was made easier by living so close. After-school practices were never an issue. I remember many times walking over to the school with my family to shoot some hoops or practice for sprints, long jump, or triple jump. Because I was able to spend that extra out-of-school time practicing for track events, I believe that it helped me to be the most competitive that I could be. I was lucky enough to make it to regionals following our AJ track meet and then on to TD Waterhouse. That was always such a thrill and just so rewarding to know that all my extra practice paid off. I truly feel that being a walker has provided me with so many benefits that I would have not necessarily had if I had been a bus student. I'm so thankful that I had the opportunity to attend A.J. Baker, such an amazing school. My hope is that my brother can continue to be a walker and also graduate from A.J. just like I did. Thank you for your time.
Are there any questions? Thank you, Elizabeth.
Thank you,
Lauren. Our next presenter is Elizabeth Potter.
Hi, I'm Elizabeth Potter, and I have 4 reasons to be standing here in front of senior administration tonight to talk about saving A.J. Baker Public School in the Northwest Oxford Arc. Firstly, I'm a mother of 2 young children currently attending A.J. Baker, as well as my family is a current resident of Kintore. When moving into the village, one of our reasons was the location of the school. Thirdly, location wasn't the only reason we moved here. I am also an alumni of A.J. Baker, graduating in the class of 1995. So I wanted my kids to receive their education at a school I knew and where every teacher and family recognize you, and your kids are not a number. Finally, and my main reason, is not only do I have children attending the school, but I also run a daycare where I watch children before and after school. Since I live right in the village, my kids, as well as the daycare kids, make up 17% of the school's population that currently walk to the school. If you make the vote to close the school, then not only will I now have to walk my kids to a central location for pickup instead of safely to school, but I will also lose my at-home business. I currently have several kids who would be zoned to Zora Highland, while my kids will be bused to Tempsford, so their parents will not need my services, and being a rural area, not easy to find someone in your immediate area to watch them. I will also lose any child who does not live in the village due to busing policies. If I had wanted my children to be on a bus, we would have chosen a different location to live. I like knowing my kids are getting their daily exercise by walking to and from school. They're also learning road safety on when it's safe to cross the road and not to go near the road. On the walk to and from school, the kids also get to meet other residents of the village, which is helpful. If something happens, they at least have someone they can go to get help from. With the school being so close, if my kids or even the daycare kids are sick, or there's an emergency school closure where the buses will not be running, it's not an issue to walk up to the school and pick them up. But if the school closes, now my husband, as well as my daycare families, will have to lose time from work to go get them because I cannot take all the kids in my vehicle. On a personal note, AJ Baker provides a spot for my family to go and watch the kids play in a safe area within walking distance, as well as the events put on by the school give a chance for local families and parents to meet. Please don't make me lose my business and our school. Thank you.
Any questions? Okay, thank you very much, Elizabeth. Megan Arts.
Good evening. My name is Megan Arts, and I am here tonight to talk about parent involvement. The importance of parents in the education of their children is not a new concept. Parents are their children's first teachers. I have two girls that attend AJ Baker Public School, and from the very start of my girls' education, I knew I wanted to be involved. Having a background in education, I have personally seen the positive effects when parents are involved and engaged in the education of their children. I am fortunate enough that with my flexible work schedule, combined with the close proximity of AJ Baker to my home, I am able to volunteer frequently in the school. Close proximity to the school is crucial for parent involvement. If schools are farther away from the attendance area, research has shown that parental involvement will decrease. This is a reality regardless of parents' intentions. The more the travel time increases, the more the parental involvement decreases. For me, what is now a 5 to 10 minute drive in my community to AJ Baker would turn into a 25 to 30 minute drive outside of my community, and that is one way. May I remind you that ministry guidelines do say that school boards should consider the importance of the only school in the community. The Thames Valley School Board acknowledges that parent involvement contributes to both the children's success in school and to the quality of the school environment. This belief is consistent with all the research on parent involvement. There are only positive benefits for all when parents are involved with schools and education. The school benefits. Schools that have a high level of parental involvement are schools that have great reputations about its students and also about the high quality programs that run within those schools. Schools where parents are involved also have great community support, as is evident tonight. This fact is supported also by a quote from a teacher who is sad to be leaving AJ Baker at the end of a school year. The quote, "One of the many beautiful things about AJ Baker is the sense of community. Whether it is in a conversation with a parent or a discussion with a colleague, I have always appreciated working with people who are overwhelmingly focused on what is best for the students. I have benefited as a student and as a teacher from the caring community here at AJ Baker." This quote also reflects the benefits that educators have from teaching in a school where there is a high level of parent involvement. Teachers are able to acquire a better understanding of families and therefore a greater sense of the individual needs of each student due to the constant communication and the community-like atmosphere in the school. Teachers and principals are more likely to experience higher morale and an increase in job satisfaction. A quote from our previous principal, Mrs. Jennifer Jolliffe, is an excellent example of this fact. The quote is, "These past 2 years at AJ Baker, without a doubt, have been the best of my 36 years in education. I have never worked with such a dedicated staff, friendly community, and delightful students. I have had amazing support from this community, and I have enjoyed every minute of this great school." Parents also benefit. I am an involved parent. I talk with my children about school. I communicate with the school, participate in various committees, volunteer there, and I demonstrate high educational aspirations for my children. I am not alone. The majority of AJ Baker parents may make many of these same claims, and in fact, this is an area where our community is thought to shine. There have been many principals over the years comment at the amazing turnout at our PIC meetings. We as parents do this because we are committed to this school. We have strong ties to this school. We involve ourselves with the school because we know that our involvement contributes to our children's social, emotional, and intellectual development. This leads me to the benefits for the most important people in all of this, our children. When parents are involved, student achievement is higher, which means that children perform better academically, achieve better grades and test scores, consistently complete their homework, and graduate at higher levels. They are more likely to attend university or college and earn higher salaries in life. Students also will have better rates of attendance when parent involvement is high. Their participation in extracurricular activities is greater, and they will have more positive attitudes towards learning, which results in better behavior. AJ Baker is brimming with parent involvement. Consolidation is not good for parent participation. Please consider the importance of parental involvement in your decision. In closing, I would like to leave you with this quote from the Minister of Education in 2005. Parent involvement matters. Study after study has shown us that student achievement improves when parents play a role in their children's education. Thank you.
Are there any questions from trustees? Thank you very much, Megan. Corey Law.
It has been asked, what is different about AJ Baker? What makes it special? Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Tonight, I hope to share with you some of the things that I believe make AJ Baker special from my perspective as a parent and as a former student. For my husband and myself, when it came time to send our eldest to school, we spent a lot of time discussing which school would be best for our children. It basically boiled down to two main issues. Do we send them to a Christian school, which would be in Woodstock, that embraces and promotes our Christian faith, or do we send them to AJ Baker, the nice small rural school just down the road? Obviously, we chose AJ Baker, and here are three of the reasons why. 1, it is a quick 3-kilometer drive down the road and around the corner. I love how close we live to the school. If we had sent our kids to Woodstock, we didn't like the idea of a long bus ride or spending a lot of time driving to the school for volunteering and school events. Having a school close to home allows us to spend more time together as a family. 2, the school is small. At a small school, people get to know a larger percentage of the school community, and I believe any parent feels better about knowing their children's friends and their friends' families. A small school can also create a greater sense of belonging, which can lead to greater success in life. 3, the school has a good reputation. Having graduated from AJ Baker about 20 years before I had to send my eldest child there, I knew that things at the school had changed, but AJ still had the good reputation of being a great small rural school. Now that we have 3 children attending AJ, there are 2 more specific reasons why AJ Baker is worth saving. 1, I love that this school has basically one hallway. When I am helping out with a snack program, the teachers know I am there. All they have to do is step into the hall, and they can likely tell which volunteers are in the kitchen that day. This has proven to be beneficial on a number of occasions, as my kids' teachers have popped in to give me a quick update on how my child is doing, or has asked to speak with me a moment to discuss a deeper issue. How handy and convenient for them and for me, especially when communication is an issue that any workplace and human being can find challenging throughout life. 2, one of my children has an independent education plan, or IEP, for math. The manner in which this small school has handled it is amazing. His IEP was accommodated by having him attend math in the grade above his current grade. This required both grade-level teachers to teach math at the same time. The teachers of these 2 different grade levels coordinated their teaching schedules to benefit my son and his learning needs. I believe this beneficial solution is easier to attain in a smaller teaching environment. Now, as a former student of AJ Baker, when I reflect on my time there, I think, oh, it was a small school, and it didn't have any musical instruments. It was certainly not like today's school that not only has musical instruments, but actually has an award-winning music program, as you've heard. However, despite AJ's size and lack of musical instruments at the time, when school boundary lines changed and I was given the chance to go to a larger school that did have musical instruments, I chose to walk 3/4 of a kilometer down our back farm lane just so I could continue my education at A.J. Baker. Also, when I reflect back, I realize that I had opportunities I never would have dared to have tried in a larger school. A.J. Baker was a school where, if not everyone, almost everyone made the sports teams. Being someone who is not naturally talented athletically, but I do enjoy being active, I love that in my grades 7 and 8 years, I was on every sports team possible. I really took pride in this, and it did boost my self-esteem. I'm quite sure that my somewhat shy personality would not have even tried to be on a team at a larger school, because all those people are better than me. I'd never make it anyways. That's how I thought back then, and I'm quite sure there are still students today that think the same way. So another reason AJ is special is because its smallness allows for opportunities in a less intimidating environment. So I ask you, the trustees, to seriously consider the benefits of a small, one-hallway school located in the heart of Kintore. This school does not teach the core beliefs of my family, as no public school does, but I believe it is special because it is close to home, it is small and we can know the school community, there is excellent communication with staff, partially due to its one hallway, the staff easily accommodate learning needs due to its smallness, and its smallness allows for more opportunities in a less intimidating environment. I am glad we chose A.J. Baker, and A.J. Baker is special. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions for the speaker? Thank you, Corey. Our next presenter is Les Brunton.
My name is Les Brunton, and for the last 17 years, I have had the privilege to teach students that graduated from A.J. Baker Public School. I teach grades 9 to 12 at St. Mary's DCVI, which is a small high school of only 450 students in the Avon-Maitland District School Board, just north of Kintore. I want to highlight 3 major points for you this evening. Number 1, why A.J. Baker graduates switch school boards to attend secondary school in St. Mary's. Number 2, the higher than average graduation rate of A.J. Baker students from St. Mary's. And 3, the loss of provincial funding for Thames Valley if A.J. Baker was to close. Next slide, please. On the screen is the past enrollment data of A.J. Baker graduates at St. Mary's DCVI. To summarize this data for you, over a period of 9 years, 48% of the graduating students from A.J. Baker attend St. Mary's rather than a Thames Valley high school. Next slide, please. This map indicates the location of the local high schools in St. Mary's, Ingersoll, Arva, Woodstock in relation to the attendance area of A.J. Baker. Next slide. The red square indicates the area in which students can ride a bus to a St. Mary's area school. As for why 48% of the graduates attend St. Mary's for secondary school, it may be partly because it is close by, but the students I teach from A.J. Baker tell me that it is because St. Mary's DCVI's small population makes the transition to high school much easier. It increases their chances of making a sports team, receiving a leadership position, and academic awards. Next slide, please. For my second point tonight, I want to acknowledge the academic success of A.J. Baker graduates. Over the past 13 years, A.J. Baker graduates have experienced a secondary graduation rate of 89%. This is 6% higher than the Ministry of Education average of 83%. Student success in high school is dependent upon a strong foundation of learning in elementary school. These graduation numbers indicate that A.J. Baker provides an excellent education in preparing its students for high school. More than 30 schools have been closed now by the board through consolidation with the explanation that it would increase academic results. The board's own study has proven this is not the case. I can tell you firsthand as an educator with 17 years experience, it is the relationship between the teacher, the students, and the parents that will foster that level of learning and create what we have at A.J. Baker, which is a small-sized school in our own community, and this personal relationship in Kintore is strong, and that is why A.J. Baker graduates are above the average. And that is something Thames Valley can be proud of. This is what makes A.J. Baker unique and worth fighting for, as you can see from the turnout in the gallery this evening. The Save A.J. Baker Committee conducted a survey, and a question was asked. If A.J. Baker closed, would you enroll your child in a Thames Valley or an Avon-Maitland school? Parents of more than 65 children indicated they would switch to Avon-Maitland. And just to make it clear, there are spaces available for all of these children, as we have heard tonight already. This is not meant to be a scare tactic or a threat. It is strictly a matter of practicality. So our children will go to a school with the kids they will attend high school with one day at St. Mary's, and logistics, due to the distance from home or work to Thamesford and Embro. I now ask the parents in the gallery who are seriously considering this change for their children if A.J. Baker closed to please hold up their yellow cards. Thames Valley would lose more than $500,000 of funding per year, and every year after that, if only 50 parents of children decided to enroll their kids in St. Mary's. It is paramount for the board to understand the importance of this decision you have. A.J. Baker is our school in our community. It provides excellent education and programming, as you have heard. It is unique in size and accomplishment. I know that you, our trustees, will hear and will see tonight more than enough valid and defendable reasons why you should vote to keep A.J. Baker open. Thank you.
Trustee Ozzie?
Thank you, Chair Tisdale. Through the Chair to the Speaker, are you yourself a graduate from A.J. Baker Public School?
No, I am so glad you asked that question, because now I have the floor. All right. I would like to first point out, I moved to Kintore because there was a public school there. I work at St. Mary's DCVI. My wife works in Stratford. My mom, and once my dad passed away, she lives in Paris, Ontario. So we thought, where are we going to move that has a public school that's still somewhat in between? That's why we chose Kintore. I never went there, didn't know the place ahead of time. We chose that because it had a school.
Trustee Mulligans?
Thank you very much for your speech. Concerning your statement about the St. Mary's graduation rate, I'd just like to ask, do you know what IDCI's Ingersoll District Collegiate Institute's graduation rate is?
I do not, but since that is in your board, I'm sure admin will be able to find those numbers for you.
Any further questions? Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Our next presenter is Wendy Jackson.
Good evening. My name is Wendy Jackson, and I'm a married mother of 3 teenagers. My husband and I have lived on our dairy farm located between the villages of Kintore and Thamesford for over 20 years. We made the decision in September 2013 to transfer our son Robbie from St. Joseph's Catholic School in Thamesford to A.J. Baker Public School for his grade 8 year. Our family's decision was to transfer out of our imminently closing St. Joseph's School into an adjacent school that we felt would provide the best education for our child. Having friends in the community and being active in 4-H programs in the Kintore Optimist Soccer League, Rob was comfortable with the decision, along with 3 of his St. Joe's classmates, to join A.J. Baker. While the loss of the only Catholic school in our township is still of great concern to me, the education of my child needed to be addressed with the only options available to us: remain at a school that had suffered declining enrollment, or transfer to a vibrant, right-sized school community with which we had established ties. In the midst of a discouraging London District Catholic School Board ARC process, A.J. Baker was clearly the best choice for us. The decision to transfer out of the Catholic School Board was subsequently shared by 75% of the remaining St. Joseph student population this September, following the school's closure this past June 2014. The London District Catholic School Board determined that following closure, St. Joseph students would be bused to a school located 24 kilometers from St. Joseph's, St. Jude's, and Ingersoll.
The fact that 75% of pupils left their school board when their school closed rather than attend the designated school in another community should be of importance, in my opinion, to you, the trustees of the Thames Valley District School Board. The vast majority of families chose, as ours did, to attend their local schools in Thamesford and Kintore rather than the recommended Catholic school in Ingersoll. Those of us who live in rural communities and villages exercise our options to choose a local school that we have established connections to, rather than attend a school located in a distant and less familiar town, even if that means changing our child's enrollment to an entirely different school board. This trend is not speculation. This is what took place in my community this September. The geography and school boundaries in Zora Township have been established here tonight as rural and unique. Thames Valley Senior Administration's suggestion that those residents in the village of Kintore and A.J. Baker's northern boundary areas share connections to Thamesford and Embro is for the most part inaccurate. The fact remains that the majority of these families are more closely associated with St. Mary's and its rural population, just as we, situated between the Thamesford and Kintore, made a logical transfer to Kintore, not Ingersoll, as recommended by our Catholic School Board administration. What 1/3 of the student population at A.J. Baker Public School residing in the northern boundary area with established ties to the St. Mary's community would choose upon closure of A.J. Baker, would be to transfer to the Avon-Maitland District School Board, where they already lived within the school zones for grades 7 to 12 at DCVI. The proposed closure of A.J. Baker School is in part the board's attempt to eliminate 23 empty pupil places. However, this result will not be achieved, as the board will be unable to prevent the loss of approximately 50 students to the Avon-Maitland board, where family connections are strongest and registration and busing privileges already exist for secondary students. The resulting loss of pupils will translate into a decrease in annual revenue, as Les mentioned, of around $500,000 annually to the Thames Valley School Board. Realizing, however, that education can't and shouldn't be merely quantified by numbers, I would like to share our family's experience at A.J. Baker Public School. Rob's activities this past year included belonging to the volleyball, basketball, and softball teams. He was introduced to a string instrument program and learned the cello and double bass, performing in class ensembles and Rotary Festival competitions. He was elected to school council, was a lunch monitor for primary grades, and shared video announcement responsibilities. He competed in track and field events, attended a 3-day field trip to Camp Queen Elizabeth with his grade 8 class. This past June, Robbie graduated with honors, receiving the Geography and Sportsmanship Awards, and was co-valedictorian of his graduating class. It has been our experience that A.J. Baker Public School provides a welcoming and supportive school environment in which student-centered learning is the key focus. We've experienced the environment of a school on the verge of closure at St. Joseph's, with decreased enrollment, limiting opportunities at various grade levels. The environment at A.J. Baker Public School is not that of an establishment on the brink of closure, but the exact opposite. It is a well-established school community where the staff, students, and parents work hard to fulfill the educational needs of children in their community in order to build that strong foundation for all students. I have lived in this township for most of my 40-odd years. We are people committed to a rural way of life that involves a deep commitment to family and community. We live where we work, and we love where we live. Please consider voting in accordance with the Art Committee's recommendation to keep A.J. Baker Public School open and demonstrate to this community that you are dedicated to preserving the student-focused environment that thrives at A.J. Baker in a right-sized school for this community. Thank you.
Trustee Polhill?
Yes, if you don't mind, I have two questions of clarification. Firstly, when you mentioned SDCI, that's
DCVI?
the St. Mary's High
Yes.
School, you mentioned 7 to 12.
Yes, grades 7 to 12.
It's a grade 7 to 12
It
school?
is.
Okay, thank you very much. The next question is in regards to the numbers that you quoted about how many families
Yes.
chose to leave the Catholic board
Yes.
to go to Thames Valley board.
Yes.
Where did that number come from? Is that something you've calculated like out of the community, or is it from the Catholic school board or the schools themselves?
It's from this fall enrollment of the students that transferred. The school closed, and of the 37 remaining students at St. Joseph's, 10 attended St. Jude's in Ingersoll, 18 transferred to TPS, Thames Public School, and 8 attended A.J. Baker.
Okay, sorry, just to further, is that a number you got from the schools, or is that a number based on you knowing the families and adding the families?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, any further questions? Okay, thank you very much, Wendy. Our next presenter is Jane Kittmer.
Good evening. My name is Jane Kittmer. As the parent of 2 A.J. Baker students and being a former A.J. Baker graduate myself, there's a lot that I could share with you about the value of my community school. However, I'm not here tonight to speak to you just as a parent. Instead, I'm here to speak to you as one of the community ARC representatives for the Northwest Oxford ARC. Like the majority of my fellow ARC members, I voted to keep A.J. Baker open. There were numerous reasons why our communities ultimately recommended to keep the school open. A number of my fellow presenters have spoken or will be speaking further about these issues throughout the evening. For the purpose of my presentation, I would like to speak to an issue which bothered me during the ARC. When I first learned about senior administration's recommendation to close A.J. Baker, I also learned that the rationale for closing the school was to provide better programming for all students. Better programming. That claim is interesting to me. As someone not directly connected to education, it's sufficiently vague. What is meant by programming, and specifically, what is it about closing A.J. Baker that will make programming better, not just for my children, but for all students within Thames Valley? I was disappointed during the ARC because there was so little shared to clarify this better programming claim. What was shared was decidedly slanted in favor of facility, administrative, and staff benefits, but it rarely touched on the outcomes for students nor their lived experience of this reported better programming. This binder is full of the information that we received during the ARC. The vast majority of it relates to the profiles of the schools involved in the ARC as they currently are. I'd like to mention that the information regarding the opportunities that A.J. Baker students had at their school was not correct, nor was it corrected when it was sent back. And that's of major concern when the school information profiles are one of the few tools that you were given during the ARC. Aside from that, in looking at these profiles, all schools in the ARC are wonderful schools and they all serve their distinct communities well. Within all this paper, would you like to know how much of it relates specifically to the better programming claim that senior administration says it will be able to provide through consolidation? 1 page, and on one side only. Almost 1/3 of this page is dedicated to outlining current ministry standards for facilities based on the numbers of students. To this, I must ask, what relationship, if any, do facilities or bricks and mortar have to effective programming or student outcomes? Barb Irvin, a recently retired teacher and member of my community, will be speaking on this important issue shortly. The remainder of this page is dedicated to outlining professional learning community opportunities and increases to staffing which are possible within larger elementary schools. I can see how these opportunities may be of benefit to administrators and staff working in larger schools. Admittedly, my perspective is decidedly biased. I'm more interested in finding out the specific benefits for students. What do my children and all students within Thames Valley stand to gain in the quality and outcomes of their education? I'm sure there are those who would counter by contending there are benefits to be had by students as a result of improvements to facilities and staffing. To those individuals, I offer this challenge. Prove it. I urge all trustees to request this proof from senior administration that there are benefits to students from improvements to facilities and staffing. The Thames Valley Board has consolidated over 30 schools to make way for much larger ones. It's been engaged in this process for nearly a decade. Where is this empirical and evidence-based research to support these choices and to validate the claim of better programming? Shouldn't you by now have a wealth of outside research as well as your own pre- and post-consolidation data to justify past decisions and to support any future ones? I accept that we're living in difficult fiscal times. That you have a limited number of resources and would like to allocate them effectively is also fair and reasonable to me. But when you make decisions about how and where to implement these resources, particularly when the closure of my community school is involved, I expect you to be accountable. I have very high expectations of this board, but after all, I've provided you not only with my tax dollars, I've also entrusted you with the formal education of my children. And for this reason, I expect you to be, as does everyone in this room, if nothing else, accountable for the decisions you make. Thank you.
Are there any questions for the presenter? Trustee Todd?
Thank you, Madam Chair. You mentioned in your remarks that there was information that was incorrect in the report.
Yes, when we received the SIP for AJ, well, for all the schools, the one for AJ Baker had information on it, but there was quite a bit missing, in our opinion, and we brought that to the attention of the administrators at the front. From what I remember, it was sent back to the principal, and she added information, but it still remains incomplete.
What kind of information are we talking about?
Mostly extracurricular stuff, aside from the classroom stuff.
Right. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any further questions? Thank you very much, Jane. Our next presenter is Judy Irvin.
Good evening. My name is Judy Irvin, and I'm a graduate of AJ Baker. My husband and 3 children are also graduates, and my father actually went to SS number 6, which was the school in Kintore before AJ Baker was built. Certainly I could stand here and provide you with stories about the importance of AJ Baker to my family and me. I guarantee these stories would add weight to my community's argument as to the value of AJ Baker. However, I'm not here this evening to share those stories. Instead, I would like to take this opportunity to provide you with a brief overview of the research my community has collected in support of the effective programming currently being provided by our small, local community school. The overview also addresses the serious concerns we have about the practice of consolidating schools and its potential effect on student outcomes. Taking care to navigate around questionable sources, ones which fall too much into the category of advocacy-style research, and those not attached to a higher institution of learning or affiliated with a government body, there certainly exists a wealth of credible research to call into question the proposed benefits of consolidation. Related investigations have been completed in North America and overseas. Education researchers Kathleen Cotton, Craig Howley, Canadians Mike Corbett, and Dennis Mulcahy, as well as the University of Guelph's own Dr. Alan Lozen, represent a mere handful of its investigators. Honorable trustees, at your request, even your own research and assessment team recently undertook its own study on the effect of consolidated schools. Many official bodies and organizations such as the Government of Canada, the Ontario Ministry of Education, and a number connected to mental health have weighed in on issues which may be connected to consolidation as well. Within the vast majority of this research, the following facts may be shown to be true. 1. Better programming, more opportunities for all students, and improved student outcomes are not guaranteed by consolidation. Your own research proved this true when it found no improvement to academic achievement. 2. Smaller schools are well disposed to be effective places to learn. It is impossible to identify an optimal size for schools. 3. Exemplary schools come in all shapes and sizes. Some meet facility standards, some do not. They are not defined by their size or the condition of their bricks and mortar. Rather, it is the presence of a strong focus on learning, administrative leadership, staff commitment, and an increased focus on the individual learner that make them great. 4. Parents and communities play pivotal roles in helping students to achieve their fullest potential. However, consolidation often results in decreased parent participation. Research conducted by the Community Health Service Systems Resource Group, Hospital for Sick Children, and the Ministry of Education recognize the importance of parent involvement and community support to help students stay in school and be academically successful. I would also like to repeat this quote from the Honourable Premier of Ontario, Kathleen Wynne, and I quote, "Parent engagement matters. Study after study has shown us that student achievement improves when parents play an active role in their children's education, and that good schools become even better schools when parents are involved." In conclusion, the research is clear. At best, there is not enough known about the effect of consolidation on students. At worst, consolidation hurts students and creates unnecessary roadblocks to their attempts to reach their fullest academic potential. Thank you.
Trustee Todd?
You mentioned a body of research. Can you characterize for us how recent it is?
I have a list of all the sources. We have 2013, 2011, 2009, 2006, back to 2005. That covers it about.
Great. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Thank you very much. Our next presenter is Barbara Irvin.
Hello, my name is Barbara Irvin. In 2010, I retired from the Thames Valley District School Board after 31 rewarding years of teaching. I have taught all grades from kindergarten to grade 8, and I have taught in smaller and larger schools. I would like to share some of my personal experiences and teaching expertise with you. I am a proud graduate of A.J. Baker. So is my husband, and so are my 3 children. In fact, most of my family spent their entire elementary school careers attending A.J. Baker. I am pleased that my 3 kids experienced the same kind of small school community atmosphere that I did when I attended. Although I did not teach there, I did spend a good portion of my career teaching in schools which were very similar. What I noticed in my career as a teacher in small schools was reflected in the experience of my own children when they attended school in Kintore. My kids were fortunate to experience what many researchers have identified as the benefits of small schools. Some of these benefits include the following. Number 1, being educated in an environment where everyone, both staff and students alike, knows everyone else and can greet each other by name. Number 2, high levels of family involvement. At A.J. Baker, my children benefited from having their grandmother volunteer in the library. Number 3, a strong connection and involvement within the community. All of these small school benefits continue to this day at A.J. Baker. Within your vision statement, you refer to the board's commitment to providing a strong foundation for students. Taken literally, one might think a strong foundation refers to the state of the school structure. After all, there has been a lot of talk about the importance of standard-sized facilities, standard-sized gyms, and necessary activity rooms. The layman could be forgiven for thinking that providing a strong foundation refers only to the condition or size of a school structure. Throughout this arc, those of authority often chose only to speak about the potential for enhanced facilities, when my community pressed for a more specific accounting of enhanced programming being proposed through closure. But as an experienced educator, I am here to tell you that an excellent education goes way beyond bricks and mortar. Providing a strong foundation more aptly describes these things which, although intangible, are so much more deeply vital to education. These profoundly important foundations include how we go about engaging students, how we build their capacity to be active and critical thinkers, and how we go about developing those oh-so-important community connections to provide a solid base on which to build collaboration. These are some of the 21st century pillars of education, which researchers have identified as being pivotal for today's students to be successful in life and work. Please know that I share school size comparisons not with the intention of speaking negatively about larger schools. Rather, I offer them because there seems to be a tendency by some to negatively stereotype small schools as being inadequate or less effective based on their size. During my teaching career, I found that the atmosphere and culture in smaller schools support students and learning. For several years, I was back and forth every day as an itinerant music teacher between 2 schools, one larger and one smaller. I can recall walking through the door and feeling the contrast in cultures almost immediately. My smaller school had the more desirable collaborative culture, that greater tone of innocence encouragement, and enthusiasm. Behavior issues were much more isolated. Because everyone knew everyone else, there was easily a sense of pride for students to behave. More time could be devoted to learning. This kind of culture fosters a strong foundation for students. Collaborative learning naturally arises when teachers and students know each other well, not only within their grade, but throughout the school. In my smaller school, there was certainly much collaboration between teachers, especially throughout divisions. Opportunities to work closely with others, for older students to share their findings with younger students, and to participate in whole division project-based activities were a natural part of school life. Within my small schools, students certainly received enhanced programming, despite their facilities often being older ones. My assessment is similar to that of a 2007 Ofsted study out of the UK where, of its top 20 schools deemed to be exemplary and profiled within its report, only one attributed some of its success to having received recent structural and facility upgrades. The exemplary programming being provided was not shown to be related to facilities. Just as I found in my teaching to be most effective with programming and to provide that necessary strong foundation, schools need to be tailored to students, not to structures. Every exemplary school is and should be unique. Effective programming requires a staff of competent, conscientious teachers and a principal who can lead them. Effective programming is made even richer with parent and community support. Effective programming leads to enhanced learning outcomes. Effective programming requires administration with a vision tailored to communities. I firmly believe that it is far better to leave kids in their community where their own families and neighbors can support programming and extracurriculars. Facilities in my small school worked for everyone. Teachers cooperated to use space effectively. Parent volunteers were numerous and very active and supportive. We staged many musicals and concerts over the years, even though we lacked a general arts classroom. Certain facilities do not necessarily improve education. I would also add the notion that small schools are not well equipped to provide adequate arts programming was not my experience. As an itinerant music teacher, I found there were comparable numbers of opportunities being provided for students within my small school to develop their creative, artistic, and musical skills as there were within my large school. Small schools can and do provide effective programming. Returning your attention to the Ofsted study of the 20 schools identified to be exemplary, I would have you know that of those 20 schools deemed to be consistently outstanding, half contained student populations of 280 or less. The smallest exemplary school had a mere 151 students. Perhaps it is the same kind of research that has led our own Ministry of Education to the conclusion that school size should not be an overriding determinant of education quality. One would also have to assume that you agree with this policy since you already support 33 schools, each with an enrollment of 250 students or less. As I reflect on 31 years of teaching in Thames Valley, I can state without a doubt that small community schools like A.J. Baker offer not only excellent programming and learning, but also the right atmosphere for kids and staff. It's time to move away from the rigid and shallow mindset that says bigger is better. It is also time to recognize that building a strong foundation for learning represents so much more than simply bricks and mortar and standard-sized facilities. As both a parent and especially as a teacher, I know that small schools work. A.J. Baker works. Thank you.
Are there any questions for the presenter? Okay, thank you very much, Barbara. Our next presenter is John Henderson.
Good evening. I am John Henderson. I graduated from A.J. Baker in 2004. Just over a year ago, I returned to Kintore after graduating from the University of Guelph with a Bachelor of Commerce. After living and working in Guelph in the Greater Toronto area, I chose to move home to farm. The decision was an easy one, knowing any future plans I have entertained were rooted in a strong and prosperous community, the anchor of it being A.J. Baker. I firmly believe A.J. Baker played a key positive role in my education and character. At a smaller school, I seized the opportunities to participate in numerous extracurricular activities and was part of a supportive community. I care so much about A.J. Baker, I've stopped planting wheat to be here. This is only the second time our farm has ceased planting voluntarily in beautiful weather. The other time was for a funeral. Many communities have been told, with respect to their ARCs, that we know school closures are difficult, but it's better for the kids. Thankfully, this board did not accept that at face value. You wisely asked for supporting research, and finding there was none, asked if some could be done on Thames Valley schools. I would like to speak to you about that report conducted by the Research and Assessment Services of this very school board, titled Examining the Effects of Consolidated Schools. The study found that at grade 3, the average EQAO scores for each of reading, writing, and mathematics did not differ significantly between the consolidated and non-consolidated groups, and that there are no significant differences in average scores between groups for any of the grade 6 EQAO subjects. It was concluded that there are no significant differences in EQAO achievement scores pre- and post-consolidation. To be clear, reading, no improvement. Writing, no improvement. Math, no improvement. The impact of consolidation with respect to parent perceptions and involvement should represent a significant concern to the board. The results of the parent survey show a statistically significant negative difference between the perception of the parents whose children previously attended a contributing school when compared to non-contributing school parents and consolidated school parents. This appears to distance the parents the Ministry of Education acknowledge play a vital role in the education of their children and in the success of schools. That same negative difference is likely to affect children's participation in extracurricular activities. As stated earlier, if the parents feel more distance from the school, their children are less likely to be involved. This is important since other studies have shown extracurricular activities have been associated with numerous positive outcomes for learning and achievement. They also showed at smaller schools, participation in extracurricular activities is higher and more varied, and satisfaction with such participation is greater. However, let's focus again on the study written in this building. The strength of this paper is that it needs no translation to be applied to the schools in this ARC. These are Thames Valley students in Thames Valley schools going through Thames Valley consolidation, and the outcome of student achievement was not impacted. Trustees of the board, I have confidence that having realized the need for this excellent study, you will ignore the rhetoric and act appropriately on the conclusions of the study commissioned and completed by this school board. There is no evidence that our children would benefit from consolidation. Thank you.
Are there any questions? Okay, thank you very much, John. Becky Seaton?
It's September again, and A.J. Baker in Kintore has quietly waited to open up its arms to our teachers, students, parents, and volunteers. Why, just last week was our fall family welcome, a night that we open up our school to all of our AJ families, for students to show their parents what's going on in their classrooms and to meet their new teachers. Good evening, everyone. My name is Becky Seaton, and I would love to explain to you all what our wonderful school has to offer to our students of all ages. A.J. Baker offers multiple sports teams, councils, and clubs. Our Parent Involvement Committee uses the school to put on fundraisers, such as our one-stop shop night and the fun fair. At Christmas time, we put on a Christmas meal for the grandparents in the community and all of our students. There is nothing like the Christmas spirit flowing through the gym with warm, yummy food and excited children. Intramural sports are offered at the school during lunch hours. Our children are able to play a variety of sports, all in fun. Dodgeball, floor hockey, basketball, volleyball, indoor soccer, and European handball have all been offered to our junior grades 1 to 4 and senior classes grades 5 to 8. Intramural sports are a great way for children to learn how to work together as a team and also give a healthy dose of sportsmanship. They learn to accept winning and losing gracefully. This enables them to bring out their individual skills as well as team building. Cross country is a fall event, distance running at its best. AJ Baker cross country representatives travel the countryside and run their little hearts out. Track and field comes around at the end of the school year. This brings out the best in all of our students. They compete in various events such as long jump, high jump, ball throw. This gets the kids' competitive juices flowing. The best in each event goes on to compete at a higher level. AJ also has a basketball team, volleyball, and softball team that the kids can try out for and end up playing against other schools. These teams teach kids to work in a team setting, and they go on to play in tournaments. There are many different clubs that the kids have been able to get involved in. Student Council, the Environmental Club, Dance Club, Math Club, Yearbook Club, and last year one of our new teachers started a string orchestra club, which we've heard about tonight. Wow, could those kids play? What an exciting thing to add to our school. The kids ended up going to a music festival, and as you heard from Lauren Thompson, they blew everyone out of the water. We have some great programs and activities that students are involved in. Swim to Survive, a program that my third grader just accomplished. This is an awesome program designed for our children to be able to help themselves in the water that is deep. They teach them to tread water and how to get to land safely from deep water. Our local fire department comes every year to give our children fire safety tips. Also, the Oxford County OPP come in and teach the children traffic safety and personal safety. VIP is another program that visits AJ grade 6 students. At their impressionable age, the program talks about self-esteem, drug, and alcohol education. We are now in our 5th year of the Ontario Student Nutrition Program through the Oxford County Nutrition Partnership Snack Program. This has become such a success at our school. A healthy snack from 3 food groups prepared by parent volunteers and fed to our children 3 times a week. I would like to point out to you all that our program at AJ was one of the first snack programs that came into Oxford County. Our program has also been used as a model for other schools. As a parent volunteer, I love coming to the school and preparing the snack and peeking into my 3 sons' classrooms. So let's recap here. We have amazing clubs, teams, and councils to join at AJ Baker. We offer our children many different avenues, which we will all know in turn gives them the tools and strategy that they can take down the road with them. If senior administration recommendations go through, our children will be competing against an extra 200 plus children to get involved in what they want to do. Please let our children continue to thrive at AJ Baker. Thanks.
Are there any questions? Thank you very much, Becky. Natalie Top? Natalie Top is next.
Hi, my name is Natalie Top, and I'm a grade 11 student at St. Mary's DCVI. I attended AJ Baker Public School from kindergarten until graduation in grade 8. In the beginning, I was not all that impressed with my new school. My new baby brother was just a few months old and I wanted to be at home with him. However, because AJ Baker was small, I quickly adjusted and supported to my new routine. My primary years flew by, and at recess and in the hall, I quickly became familiar and comfortable with everyone in the school. Since our school is located at the heart of our community, I had also met many of my school friends before, from library group, kinder music, and soccer. All of these activities operate in the close proximity between the school and the church. In the fall of grade 4, I was excited to join my first school team, cross country. A group of enthusiastic teachers quickly showed me that running, exercise, and teamwork was fun. While I was running laps of our schoolyard, I was finding my new passion. I would like to note that our team was not bused to a park or green space, like the London schools, for this activity, and practices were at our school, and our participation was large. Parents could easily pick up athletes at the school after practice because they lived close by. That year was my first opportunity to make it to the Thames Valley Board Finals at the Fanshawe Conservation Area. Although our school was smaller than many other city schools, we were well represented with our banner and huge team spirit. We met the challenge of making ourselves known. Our small school rallied together for many other events as well, including Terry Fox, Heart and Stroke, the Haiti disaster, World Water Days, and so much more. Whatever we needed, our community answered the call. Athletically, between grade 4 and grade 7, I participated in cross country and track and field on a yearly basis, and it became my favorite part of school. I had made it each year to the board finals. In grade 7, it was also time to join the volleyball and basketball teams. At AJ, all the girls were needed. Classmates became teammates and new bonds were developed. We were now accountable to each other on and off the court, and it was amazing to watch our team grow and develop new skills throughout the season. Every player felt a responsibility to the team because it took all of us to make it. In grade 8, we lost our senior players to the high school, and we were given the chance to be leaders and pass on the tradition to the grade 7s. We may not have been the strongest team, but we had a blast. My experience at AJ Baker has not only made me a stronger student and athlete, but a strong person. My initial experience at AJ Baker helped make me who I am today. My love for competition and running came from a great group of teachers who introduced me to cross country and track and field. I reached the podium many times at these finals, and finally, in grade 8, I left with my gold medal. I understand that you're in the business of academics, but please never underestimate the importance of involvement. Involvement in sports taught me vital life skills of teamwork, sportsmanship, understanding, perseverance, respect, and at times disappointment in a safe and supportive school environment. Involvement also taught me to organize, to prioritize, how to cope and deal with a full plate. These are skills that take some people a lifetime to learn. Having these skills taught through a sport at a young age is not measurable by a test. In my 2 high school years, I have participated in 2 OFSA cross country and 2 OFSA track and field championships. These are provincial meets where you compete against students from across the province. Reaching this level, there are a series of qualifying meets which not only test your ability as an athlete, but your ability to perform under pressure and put out your best no matter what the conditions, how you feel, or where you are. Trust me, I had never run the hills of Sudbury before. During these events, I had the chance to use my mental and physical strength to set 2 WASA records and become an OFSA medalist. I have no idea what I want to be when I finish high school, but I do know for sure that I love athletics. It is uncertain whether or not my current 6th place Canadian ranking in the 400 meter will take me to the world stage, but regardless, the confidence, involvement, and desire to participate in life will certainly make me a world-class person. I appreciate all that you do for education, but please do not remember that times are changing. Many students are becoming more inactive, more focused on social media, more stressed, and more generally unhealthy, while the school system has every opportunity to pull them in and make them involved. Maybe not everyone will love running, but I guarantee you that the bigger you make your schools, the fewer students you will reel in. Every school only has one team. I chose DCVI as my high school, not because of the classes it offered, but because it was small and I would be able to participate. Thank you.
Are there any questions? Okay, thank you very much. Jenna McCall?
Good evening, trustees, administrators, Fellow A.J. Baker supporters, my name is Jen McCall and I graduated from A.J. Baker in 2001. I completed my secondary education at IDCI where I played numerous sports and was a part of the athletic council for 3 years. My post-secondary career was completed in upstate New York at Elmira College. While there, I studied human services and played for the women's varsity hockey team for 4 years. My sophomore and junior year, I was assistant captain of the team, while in my senior year, I was captain of the team. I now reside outside of Kintore, where I'm a part of the family business working on the farm. Tonight, I'm here to talk about what I love and live for my whole educational career, sports. Senior administration is saying that one of the problems with A.J. Baker is that students could get better programming at another school. In particular, it doesn't have very great facilities. I will talk about just one of these tonight, the gymnasium. They say it is too small, that students would be better served with a larger gym, and that these young student athletes can't develop proper skills if they wish to compete at a higher level. They say by moving these students to other locations, they will be getting better facilities for better development. I'm here to say that there is nothing wrong with the facilities at A.J. Baker and that we are quite happy with what we have. Well, has the school board looked at the rich history of athletics at A.J. Baker? The school's gymnasium used to be wall-to-wall of banners that we won, including several volleyball and basketball championships. And I just don't mean tournaments. A.J. Baker has won several Thames Valley School Board championships in these sports. Many of the past and present students can probably pick out at least one of the banners that they were part of. You may ask how this is possible. Well, with being part of a small school, everyone gets to be involved in a school team, and I mean everyone. You may ask, how did a school win so many banners without being able to pick from the top athletes? Teamwork and individual attention. Whether you were a top athlete or not as developed, you would all receive the same amount of attention as the rest of the players, which taught the team to work together and improve as a whole. These are skills that are beneficial beyond the court, in school, in work, and in life. The countless number of these athletes moved on to play at their secondary schools, where they also were the top athletes and leaders of those teams. You'll also find that many of these students from A.J. Baker won sports awards at their secondary schools, whether it was Student Athlete of the Year, MVP of a team, or a sportsmanship award. I think the point I'm trying to make is that it's not the size that matters, it's how you use it. Our gym was not just used for sports teams before and after school, it was full at recess with intramurals and served the community for various events. Sure, a slightly larger gym looks better, and there are slightly larger ones out there, but it is only window dressings. These gyms aren't much good if there's more students that need to use them. This is not to mention that there will be less time for each individual student in these gyms and less opportunity to play on those sports teams, since there will be more students competing for those spots. Now I'd like to leave you with these names. Aaron and Dan Miller, brother and sister who played volleyball at Western University. Josh and Corey Stewart, brothers who played volleyball in Indiana in the NCAA. Josh was MVP of the NCAA Final Four. Whitney Harris and Lauren Stewart, who played basketball at Fanshawe College. Curtis Irvin, who played competitive ultimate frisbee at university. Allie Graham, who currently is playing ice hockey at Brock University. And Amy Graham, who is currently playing volleyball at Lakehead. And myself, who played ice hockey at Elmira College in New York. These past students graduated from A.J. Baker between 1999 and 2008. Now that is a disproportionately high amount of students who went on and played sports during their post-secondary career, considering the small amount of students and our supposedly inadequate facilities. Obviously they had help along the way, but they all started at A.J. Baker, and their athleticism, teamwork, and drive were honed there. With that being said, you can't tell me these facilities at A.J. Baker are not adequate for students. Finally, all of our student athletes will suffer if A.J. Baker is closed, and with less gym space and time per capita and fewer available team spots. Thanks.
Are there any questions? Seeing none, thank you very much. Carly MacArthur.
Good evening. My name is Carly MacArthur, and I am a very proud graduate of A.J. Baker. A guidance counselor at my high school once told me that he can almost always pick out A.J. grads by the attributes they possess. From this unpretentious elementary school, I, along with countless other graduates, were provided with stellar academic, social, and experiential opportunities. We have come away from A.J. with noticeable attributes of self-esteem, integrity, leadership, confidence, and accountability. We haven't lost a thing from going to this small rural school. In fact, we've only gained. It is not an exaggeration to say that every teacher at A.J. Baker knows every student by name, regardless of whether they taught them personally. This creates an intimate and personal atmosphere within the school, and children feel safe and supported, as well as very accountable. Likewise, all the students from kindergarten through to grade 8 know each other well, as the vast majority of each class starts JK together and also graduate together. Unlike larger schools, the schoolyard is not divided with boundaries, so the students grow up interacting with each other. This teaches the important skills of making friends in different social groups and the responsibility of watching out for others. There is a strong sense of community connection, which always gave us the sense that the whole community was rooting for us to succeed. As well as helping to provide extras in the school, attendance was overwhelming whenever an event was held. Through lunch monitoring, student cruisers, and reading buddies, I was encouraged and somewhat expected to get involved at AJ. This directly relates to the expectations I had for my own level of involvement and leadership in high school and university. Every opportunity for students was provided in a safe and encouraging atmosphere, so talents could be either showcased or developed. No auditions were required to enter the school talent show, and instead, everyone made it. While sometimes a less polished show to watch with the unfiltered line of acts, this experience helped everyone gain confidence, and some, like myself, realize a passion and gain skills. Now I have made a lot of friends and even a little money with those skills. At A.J. Baker, I also had the chance to play on the volleyball team. I would not have had this opportunity at a larger public school, as I simply would not have made the cut. As well as learning to be part of a team, I felt supported while trying something that was out of my comfort zone. That develops confidence that can be used in any area of life. A.J. Baker has prepared me well for my future. I graduated from IDCI as an Ontario scholar and received an entrance scholarship from my university. I received awards for school involvement, for citizenship, and for leadership. I am certainly not saying this to brag about what a great citizen I am. Rather, I am saying this to highlight what a great citizen A.J. Baker Public School has taught me and expects me to be. I am not alone, not even close. Upstanding individuals that have graduated from A.J. Baker come in the masses. There are countless grads more successful than I am that would have been happy to come speak to you tonight. It is next to impossible to find one who has not realized and come to value how much A.J. Baker has shaped them. In life, we continue to move into bigger pools of people. From elementary school to high school, then to college or university and the workforce, our surroundings become rapidly more intimidating. AJ grads already know that they have the potential to be more than just another face in the crowd and believe that they are fully capable of having their voices heard. I am now at the University of Guelph, where through studying international development, I can tell you that there's a whole lot wrong with this world. But I can also tell you that the kind of people AJ Baker produces is what this world needs more of. I have read some of the potential administrative benefits of amalgamation, but what are the benefits to the students? Are there any expected benefits for them? Shouldn't they be bulletproof advantages and not just expectations before you disrupt our lives to implement them? Even if administration's proposal could provide something that's new or better to the children, could it possibly outweigh all the losses? In our case, I don't believe that's possible. While sometimes change is needed for something better to begin, the benefits of A.J. Baker students would most certainly be lost if moving to a bigger facility, especially one that's not even in our community. I am here presenting to you tonight because I want present and future students in my community to have the same irreplaceable experience I did by attending A.J. Baker. And so, I ask you not to close A.J. Baker because it is not the right decision. I ask you not to contradict your own commitments to your students, and I am asking you now to make the right decision and vote for A.J. Baker to stay open. Thank you.
Are there any questions for the presenter? Okay, taking a look at the time, I know we had one more slated, but we did have a break scheduled for 8 p.m., and it is currently 8 p.m., so we're going to take a 10-minute break, and we will begin at precisely 8:10. if you could please find your seats. Sorry, I don't normally resort to having to bang that, but I didn't think I should try to yell. It might not work. So if we could get started again on the list, I appreciate everyone's punctuality at getting back. Our next presenter is Doug Kennedy, by video, and I understand he's presenting on the screen behind us.
My name is Doug Kennedy, and I spent 13 years of my teaching career at A.J. Baker School. 4 years I was a teaching principal, 80% teaching, 20% administration, plus 9 years at various grade levels. The purpose of my presentation is to compare the board's fact sheet on the program benefits of larger elementary schools to what advantages students have at A.J. Baker. This unique school allows teachers to teach to their strengths and share responsibilities in many areas. As the staff tends to remain at the school for an extended period of their career, they know all the students by name, thus creating a family atmosphere. Knowledge of this kind helps students requiring extra assistance, promotes student involvement in various grades, as well as leadership skills. Because the staff knows the students and their parents so well, parental support and involvement has been at a very high level. In sports, the school was divided into houses. Senior students helped coach and referee games for juniors. Likewise, the juniors did the same for the primary. From this, leadership skills and knowledge were passed from level to level. As there was never enough senior students for school teams, students were recruited from grades 5 and 6 to round out the roster. Since these younger students had the opportunity to participate against older students, their skill levels and confidence greatly improved by the time they became seniors. Public speaking competitions in classrooms led to school competitions. Winners had the opportunity to hone their skills in local Lions Club programs, which could lead to provincial finals. During the year, concerts and musicals were performed where the whole school was involved. You could find students of various ages working together, building props, painting scenery, designing programs, practicing songs for choirs, or rehearsing lines for parts in various plays or skits. A science fair was held each year open to the public. This gave the students an opportunity to explain to adults and their peers how they conducted and controlled their experiments. Most of the bulletin boards in the classroom and the halls were prepared by the various grades. Art, creative writing, cursive writing, and printing were entered into the local fairs. During my career, I also taught at Thames Public School. As I see it, there are no advantages of moving these students to a larger facility where they will have no more advantages than they have now.
Thank you. Our next presenter is Betty Baker.
Good evening.
My name is Betty Baker, and I have lived in the A.J. Baker community for over 40 years. My children attended A.J. Baker. I'm also proud to say that I had the good fortune to be a teacher at A.J. for many years until my retirement in 2005. During my teaching career, there was a quote with which I became familiar. It comes from Rick Lavoie, a leader in special education. Fair does not mean giving every child the same thing. It means giving every child what they need. To this day, I am sure many teachers continue to post this quote prominently in their classrooms to help students develop a better understanding of what fairness truly means. Students come to learn that fairness does not mean that everyone should be treated in exactly the same manner. To be fair requires that every student be treated differently based on his or her unique needs, goals, and personality. This definition of fairness is important and, in my opinion, applicable when considering the fate of A.J. Baker. The strengths and needs of A.J. Baker are unique given the school's rural location. To be fair, its value should be assessed differently than that of a school located within an urban community. Perhaps A.J. Baker's greatest strength is in its ability to unite our community. As you heard earlier, our community spans a vast geographic area. We live distant to one another. A.J. Baker plays an important role as it resides both figuratively and literally within the heart of our community. Many social events from the annual Spring Fun Fair, Kintore Days, Kintore Optimist Soccer Program, Fall Family Welcome, one-stop shopping event, to the Christmas concert and luncheon for grandparents would not be possible each year without the presence of A.J. Baker. My community's one and only school provides opportunities for families, grandparents, and community members to join together for fellowship and fun. A.J. Baker also enjoys an unusually high level of community involvement and caring in support of student outcomes. I feel lucky to have had the privilege of working in a school where parents and community were eager to provide support and readily provided additional classroom resources to help all students be successful. There are also some challenges unique to A.J. Baker given its geographic location. Because most of the school's rural families live distant to one another, there are not as many opportunities or locations for us to congregate as may be found within urban centres. Longer distances to amenities and social services are also an accepted way of life for us. Our community sympathizes with the challenges you, our trustees, face as a result of the flawed funding formula being imposed by the ministry. Based on this formula, there are those senior administrators who may suggest maintaining smaller rural schools is unfair to some urban schools because they may bear the brunt of larger class sizes as a result. However, our rural community shares a different perspective. While larger class sizes in some instances may not be ideal, within these population-dense communities, a greater access to a wide range of specialized programs and services located closer to home also result. The closer proximity of such things as gifted programs and congregated classrooms, an elementary school dedicated exclusively to the arts, more behavior education and treatment facilities, as well as a variety of mental health services and supports, means they may be accessed more easily by urban students than rural ones. Our rural families are accepting of this and would not suggest that, to be fair, the same level of service close to home should be available to all TVDSB communities, whether they be urban or rural. Mainly, we're satisfied because of the education equity we feel is achieved through the continued presence of a smaller school within our community. Its size and close-knit environment with strong community ties compensate for the absence of community specialized programs and services. Much focus has been given to the potential for increases to support staffing made possible through the creation of larger schools. I must ask you, though, has any consideration been given to the effect of consolidation on accessibility to outside of school services, which are also important towards supporting student health, mental wellness, and academic success? I ask this question because consolidating A.J. Baker will not move its families any closer to these valuable resources. They will continue to reside the same number of distant kilometers away, regardless of where their children attend school. I would also ask you to consider how the benefits of a smaller rural school toward identifying learning challenges earlier, which research has shown to be true, may also be lost. As a part of a 2011 Queen's University research project, Carolyn Thompson identified many of the advantages of smaller rural schools, such as the greater ease of smaller schools to provide more personalized programming, identify challenges to learning earlier, and develop trusting relationships where staff and community may be more likely to take on supportive and advocacy roles, help to close the accessibility gap. Based on my experiences as an educator at AJ, I wholeheartedly agree with Thompson's assessment. I appreciated the smallness and intimacy of its school environment. I always felt I had the opportunity to get to know my students and their families exceptionally well. This knowledge was certainly beneficial toward helping in the early identification of learning challenges and of those students who were struggling. Total inclusion is also a unique experience, which I appreciated about AJ. The existence of just one hallway and a play yard which is shared harmoniously by all students make it possible for students and staff to become deeply invested in one another's success. My caring and interest in my students' progress did not stop once they were promoted from my classroom. Since I had the opportunity to interact with them on an extended and daily basis, my interest and engagement continued on to their graduation and even well beyond. When you render your final decision about A.J. Baker, I ask you to keep Rick Lavoie's definition of fairness at the forefront of your mind. It would be unfair to close A.J. Baker simply because that is what you have chosen to do to other schools in the past. You've expressed your commitment to building each student's tomorrow every day. It's time to live those words by valuing the unique experience of not only urban students, but rural ones as well. Your decision should involve looking out for all of their best interests. A.J. Baker is a special school, which meets the rural needs of its students. We who live in its community have always known this, and through this process and these presentations this evening, you know this too. I am asking you, the taxpayers of A.J. Baker community are asking you, the people's representatives to this board, to be fair and keep A.J. Baker Public School in Kintore open. Thank you.
Trustee Campbell?
I just was feeling curious. Is your family tied into A.J. Baker?
Ackland was my husband's uncle.
Okay,
yes.
Thank you.
I was very proud to teach there.
Our next speaker this evening is Reverend Doug Peck.
Hi, everyone. My name is Reverend Doug Peck, and I am the minister at the church in Kintore. It's just around the corner from A.J. Baker. People say it takes a village to raise a child. And I can't stop thinking about that tonight because you have been witness to so many children who have grown up. Some are now 80. There's a 90-year-old right up there who raised her children in Kintore. I just was reminded she grew up in Lucan. Still, small community experience, and they're telling you about the richness found in small villages and how that is more than essential to produce wonderful people. These cookies are just a small example of that, right? Isn't it interesting to think about how no one ever says it takes a metropolitan to raise a child? Right? I grew up in Toronto. I didn't care about the metropolitan things that were there, the CN Tower. It didn't affect my existence one bit. It were the rich people in my neighborhood that affected me and that raised me in the spirit of love and the spirit of family. But the metropolitan experience failed me as a learner. I went to a grade 7 and 8 school that had 9 grades of grade 7. And 9 grades of grade 8. And I didn't know it at the time, but I had a learning disability. I found that out maybe 4 years ago. Now, I just want to backstep for a second. I just want to talk about, I've been in Kintore as a minister for a little over 5 years now. And when I came to Kintore, and when I met some of the kids that go to the church, all of them A.J. Baker students, I thought I'd connect with them by identifying. It was the summertime. What's going on? It's summer. Everyone loves summer. School's out, right? So I talked to some of the kids and was like, hey, awesome, school's out, right, guys? Yeah, nobody likes school. Because I didn't like school. And what I found were kids like Sarah, like Sean, like the grown people who are talking to you all today who have attended A.J. Baker, and I was met with a sadness because they talked to me about the rich experience that they had during the school year and how profoundly sad it made them that those opportunities were gone. Those friends were further away. They had to be intentional about connecting with them, and that made them sad. So when I came in August, they were itching for it to be September again, and that they could experience their community, their learning community again. Now, over to my experience in the city of Toronto in a big learning center, and as someone who needed a bit of help. When you have a learning disability, probably some of you know, you need accommodation. That's the simple thing. You learn to accommodate, to help out your own strengths, and learn to accommodate your weaknesses so that you can tap into a higher sense of learning. But it's hard to do that sometimes when the spirit of accommodation is not there, and that was the case for me in my Toronto upbringing. I needed to ask a couple simple questions just to make sure that I was getting what was going on. I just needed that little bit of extra help, but I didn't know a lot of the kids in my grade 7 class. So many people were strangers, and so when a kid like me asked those extra questions, I was met with snickers. And when I heard the snickers, the voice inside me said, "Stop it, you're dumb, you don't like learning." And I learned to hate learning. That's a funny thing, because the actual fact is so far from the truth. We now look at a community like Kintore, and we find the exact thing that I needed to make learning successful. The spirit of accommodation is so abundant in this rural environment, in the A.J. Baker community, and you've heard all the reasons why. You've heard people say, Sarah said, I love school. You've heard Sean say he loves being a lunch monitor. You've heard so many people say, I can call up my dad. He came over, he showed us how to draw a deer on the wall. You've heard people say, my husband and I went to AJ together. You've heard people say, my father, my grandfather went to the school before it was A.J. Baker. You've heard the sense of community there is so profoundly powerful that it does nothing but create a spirit of love, a spirit of accommodation through support and rootedness in a community. Anyone would feel confident to ask those simple questions, to have their own learning assisted in the way I needed in that metropolitan city. couple small stories of the kind of school environment that there was before A.J. Baker. You've already heard George Quinn talk about it, but I just want to talk about a couple small stories.
Reverend Pack,
Yes,
sorry
that's my red flag.
That's your
Oh, I was
red
looking over there
flag.
for it. I was looking. I was so impressed with
I'm
myself.
afraid, Reverend Pack, everybody else has been very good about their time this evening, and
You guys have been awesome at it. Keeping time. So certainly I don't deserve to take more time than that. Okay, I will very much respect the red flag.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Reverend Pack? Okay, thank you very much, and my apologies. Our next presenter this evening is Marie Kesey.
Good evening, Madam Chair, trustees, community members. My name is Marie Kesey. I am the Ward 2 Councillor for Zora Township, and that includes Tempsford Public School. I'm also an alumni of that school. I'm proud to make this presentation and include submissions from the 2 ARC representatives from TPS who sat on the review committee. These representatives, Tammy Betzner and Corinne Power, attended ARC meetings and reported back to the TPS Council to obtain the Council's opinions and direction. They were not able to be here tonight, but have asked me to share and include their statements with you. Corinne Power stated, I expected this ARC to show that keeping A.J. Baker open was going to cost taxpayers a lot of extra money. There was nothing presented that proved this to be the case. It was, however, proven that this school is truly the heart of the community, housing so many great events and acting as a hub for the passionate people of their community. I believe it would be in everyone's best interest to keep A.J. Baker open. That was from one of the TPS ARC representatives. Tammy Betzner submitted the following, based on her feedback from the school council. School council recognized that Tempsford could gain by A.J. Baker closing, that it might get 64 kids, it might get an addition, but that board staff also indicated that there are no guarantees. The consensus of the Tempsford Public School Parent Council is that it supports A.J. Baker in their passionate fight to keep their school open. We would do the same if it was Tempsford Public School. The A.J. Baker family is our neighbor. We are willing to support what the report recommends, keep A.J. Baker open. On a personal note, rural schools are the heart of the community. As you can see by the support and presentations being made to you tonight, they can, should be, and are the hub of a community. Zora Township has already sadly had one school closure this year. It does not need another one. And on that note, just as a follow-up to one of the other presentations, I sat on St. Joseph's, the Catholic School Board ARC committee. The parents strongly emphasized that they would not send their children on a bus for 40 minutes or an hour a day back and forth, a 4-year-old. The Catholic ARC representatives and trustees chose not to believe that. And as a result, only 6 of the 37 students stayed in the Catholic school board system and chose to bus that 40 minutes or more into Ingersoll. The rest went to the public school board. So this board managed to benefit from that, just as the Avon-Maitland board will benefit from the closure. Do not underestimate these parents' passion in making sure that their children have a good education in a smaller environment. Thank you.
Trustee Todd?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for your presentation. Would you say that you are here tonight representing Thamesford?
I am representing the two representatives who sat on the ARC committee.
Thank you for clarifying that for me. It's been a long night.
That's okay. But as a counselor for
Yes.
that,
Yeah.
I would say that I have always supported AJ Baker staying open.
Right.
So I'm quite open about that.
Right. And you shared with us some remarks from the Thamesford group. Would you say that they represent, on average, their overall view of
Yes.
this ARC?
Yes, I would.
Thank you.
Any further questions? Thank you very much, Marie. You're welcome. Our next presenter is Donna Sherman.
Can I move on? Good evening, Madam Chair, Senior Administration, Trustees, and AJ Baker families. When I was asked to be the Zora Highland Park Community Rep member for this ARC, I figured AJ Baker's chances were slim in remaining open. As in my mind, that's what ARCs do. They close schools. Listen on, as I was mistaken. My thoughts, we would sit and listen to Senior Admit's detailed reasons why the school should be closed. But in fact, while sitting and listening at the first few meetings, I was frustrated, confused, and upset with the information given. Then it was AJ Baker's ARC members and speakers. It was their turn. They presented more concrete reasons why the heart of their community should stay open. Once I had my aha moment, as the senior administration warned we might have as ARC members, it was clear that AJ Baker was a benefit to families, teachers, parents, and extended family volunteers, and taxpayers, that it remain open. As an outsider looking in, I was horrified to learn that Thames Valley had put no large amounts of money into AJ Baker over the past 15 years. And again, the community still asked for nothing other than to leave them be, as it is apparent that the students were not suffering from being in a smaller one-hall facility. They simply loved their school. As a Zora Highland Park parent, we were not really benefiting from AJ Baker's students moving to our school monetarily. The upgrades were minimal in my mind. I could only think about the huge distances that would be between these families and their new schools they were being sent to. How could their level of parent involvement possibly remain as high when they would be so far away from their schools? Everyone that lives in Zora Township knows how long country concessions are, and in diminishing weather, there are no shortcuts, or as they say, the crow flies. This ARC is very different from others. Please go over all your facts that were presented tonight and in your handouts. AJ Baker is not prohibited to repair. It is not a net cost to the board. AJ Baker does not have declining enrollment. It will cost more taxpayers' dollars to close it than to keep it open, as you've already heard tonight. Most importantly, the students would clearly be worse off if they were consolidated into schools outside their community. The message was clear: AJ Baker must remain open. In this process, another question that puzzled me was why Hickson Public School was not being reviewed. I believe they are nearly to capacity. Zora Highland Park, we sit right in the middle and has empty pupil places. Why was AJ Baker to the west only being reviewed and not them? Weird. As Zora Highland Park rep, I really don't have anything to lose, but these families clearly do. Don't make these families choose to leave Thames Valley and pursue other educational boards. After all the specifics I was presented with, it was clear that the only reason for this ARC was the possible capital money from the province, and not how moving the children away from their communities would impact them specifically, as well as the vitality of their rural community. AJ's story is gripping and compelling. It has been a privilege to stand shoulder to shoulder with this community in this fight. For many years, Oh, I told you I couldn't do it. My almost up too, probably. For many years, I passed through Kintore, not knowing many folks from the area, but knowing that they had an identity and a kinship. They had a church and a school, which makes them rich. I never in my wildest dreams thought that this hard-working community would have to band together to fight to save something that is a right to their children and their future children, A.J. Baker Public School. Please do the right thing tonight, trustees, and vote to keep this important, unique Thames Valley School open. Thank you.
Are there any questions from trustees?
You're good, right?
Okay. Thank you, Donna. Linda Westlake.
Madam Chair, Senior Administrators, Trustees, members of AJ Community, my name is Linda Westlake. When asked to be on the Art Committee as a Zora Highland Park School representative, I thought it would be an interesting experience. I knew little about AJ Baker, but having been through Kintore many times, I knew it was a small school and wondered why they would keep it open. Actually, I was originally thought it should be closed. It had no effect on me or my family. But after many months of meetings, I know that I was wrong, speaking from my heart and experience. With 2 children at Zora Highland Park and 1 graduate from high school, I've had some experience with the educational system. Our oldest child has special needs and is in a wheelchair. I have had some experience, when I listened to the senior admin explain why the school should be closed and talked about the money that would be spent on the other schools in the ARC, it did not make sense to me. When I listened to the fellow ARC members and the AJ Baker community, I was astonished to find out what their school was all about. Kintore is a community, but AJ Baker is a community all on its own. Everyone from the young to the old owns this school. It is located in the center of a community, but it has its own identity. I have never felt this feeling in the educational system in any of my family experiences. This is a tight school community, but open to anyone who walks in. They look after each other, work together, play together, are all together on the playground, mentor each other and support each other. When I mentioned to the ARC about our son with special needs, one of the ARC members from AJ Baker said, we have a child with some needs. This from a parent whose children have graduated from AJ Baker and moved on, who still regards the children attending her school her own. Nurturing, caring, accepting. AJ Baker is about community. There is a sense of family, belonging, a caring environment. They lead by example. A caring school community. Isn't that what it's all about? Knowing that you belong no matter what. This is a school that is always filled to capacity. Is it any wonder why? They say, again, what the minister said, a village raises a child. AJ Baker does that. And let's face it, not all schools are a village that raise children. This is truly an amazing school, one that we would have loved to have our kids experience and be educated in. This school is an environment that only helps the educational process. Please let the kids of today, tomorrow, and tomorrow experience this school. Save AJ Baker.
Any questions? Thank you, Linda. Jim Verwer.
Thank you and good evening. It's a privilege to have been asked to do a presentation. I'm Jim Verwer, Ward 3 Councillor. A.J. Baker has been in my ward ever since I've been the councillor for some time. And when I was putting some ideas together on what I would include in a presentation, on what A.J. Baker School means to me as a municipal representative for Zora Township, I asked myself, why is this school so important for Zora Township? And when my constituents commented on the arc facing the school and its prospects for staying open, I would ask myself, why do I feel the school is so important for Zora? What are the reasons it should stay open and continue to serve the area's children? After hearing arguments from the board and the strategy that fewer and larger schools are better and that A.J. Baker should bow to progress, I really began to question what is so important about A.J. Baker. What is the single most defining reason I can make about why this school is worth fighting for? I could say that the presence of this school in Kintore maintains a sense of community, something that municipalities treasure. I could say that the school plays a part in keeping a rural population from decreasing, an alarming trend that's occurring in many municipalities. But what I would have to say is that maintaining A.J. Baker in our township is as important as maintaining our lower tier government structure in Oxford County, or in Ontario for that matter. Zora Township is one of 8 municipalities, 5 rural, 3 urban in Oxford County. There are many things we work together collectively for the betterment of the county. At times, we do not agree. However, on many things, we do agree and work together. And one of those things that everyone agreed on, everyone, including the County of Oxford, the City of Woodstock, the Town of Tillsonburg, and every single rural municipality, Norwich, Southwest Oxford, East Zora Tavistock, and Blandford Blenheim, all supported a resolution that Zora Township passed with the support of the A.J. Baker Committee. And I'll read the resolution. That all school closings in Zora Township be stopped, and that the Thames Valley District School Board commit to providing education based on the premise that fair is not that everyone gets the same, fair is that everyone gets what they need. And that a process be established whereby educational benefits must be proven to the students and broader social costs are considered and quantified before decisions are made to close schools in Zora Township. And that this resolution be forwarded to the Thames Valley District School Board Chair and Trustees, the Minister of Education, the Premier, the Rural Ontario Municipal Association, the Ontario Ministry of Agricultural, Food and Rural Affairs, MPP Ernie Hardiman, and Oxford County member municipalities for their endorsement. And I believe this resolution in principle would be endorsed right across the province, given the time and energy to go to every council chambers. In fact, Thames Centre in Middlesex County and a municipality in Elgin County also endorse this. And we need to work collectively together as adjoining municipalities, counties, and even school boards to send a message to the province. Another model needs to be looked at, a model that will accommodate not only the rural, but the urban too when it comes to keeping schools alive, not only for the present but future students, as our demographics are changing too fast. And we need an adaptable model to suit our students and funding formula. This resolution was more than words itself. It speaks to a hope that change can come about if we work together and are united. Thank you.
Are there any questions for the councillor? Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Our next presenter is Mayor Lupton.
Good evening. I speak for the Council of the Township of Zora and hundreds of concerned citizens. I represent your 3 schools in Zora, Chelmsford, Zora Highland Park, and A.J. Baker. The members of my council are so concerned with the decision you are to make that they agreed to cancel our regular meeting for this evening so that they could attend in support of A.J. Baker. And indeed 3 of the members of council are presenting tonight. When I first heard about the ARC, my thoughts were very negative. ARCs were formed to close schools, ARCs have closed schools, ARCs are expected to close schools, ARCs will surely continue to close schools. What can be done to stop this? Nothing. But I was wrong. Many people stood before the committee questioning the reasons being given for closure. They introduced the concept that ARCs can be a positive process, resulting in new and innovative alternatives. I sat in the audience for many of the presentations. Some were eloquent, some dramatic, almost theatrical, some heart-wrenching. Many spoke with tears in their eyes, and they brought many of us to tears as well. We heard from people very capable and experienced in public speaking. We heard from many more who are usually very glad to leave speaking in public to others, but not so with this issue. They felt compelled to do what they could, and they stood at the podium to do their part, clearly showing the value our community puts on A.J. Baker. From where I sat, I could see the shaking knees and the foot jitters, but the outpouring of care for this school was outstanding. Not one of them asked for more. Not money, not upkeep, not renovations, not teachers, not classrooms, not supplies. They asked for things to be left as they have been. They are content with what they have, and they do not see, and I believe they have proven, any benefit from the changes proposed. They went further, and they gave suggestions for alternatives to closing that would save money, which I believe is one of the main drivers of the ARC process. I understand that. My council yearly faces a budget where there is not nearly enough money to provide the services requested and needed. Like the board members, councillors are faced with tough decisions. Closing roads would be a quick and easy process, and it would give us the money that we need elsewhere. But it would not serve the community. So too the idea of closing schools may be a quick fix, but it is not a solution. Can anyone seriously consider building new schools or adding on to schools when there is a perfectly good school in Kintore that works exceptionally well to produce outstanding scholars? A.J. Baker, admittedly a smaller school, enjoys a reputation for excellence. To consider closing this school is a backward step that punishes this excellence and success. If we lose our school, the community loses the wonderful children who attend. We have always counted on their willing participation in every community event. The reputation of this school as a community member is excellent, and the children assist with functions graciously and most capably. Instead of being closed, A.J. Baker should be held up to the rest of the schools as an example of developing citizenship. I have been reminded that closing this school will result in the loss of volunteers and their gifts. I've seen this happen in government. For years, Zora ran their own waste management system with the help of a volunteer committee. The volunteers took a very personal interest in recycling and garbage disposal, and were so committed they were known to pay house calls to homes where blue boxes did not appear at the road, or where there seemed to be an overabundance of garbage bags. Because of these dedicated volunteers and their initiatives, Zora for several years stood at the top of the podium, a gold award winner in waste minimization for all of Ontario, a huge recognition. Waste management then changed to become a county responsibility. Within a very few months, the committee that had operated successfully for nearly 10 years disbanded. The system was too large for personal participation. Volunteers lost the feeling of making a difference. A large system may work in larger centers, but not in rural, caring, hands-on communities. Rural people thrive when working in their local neighborhood, but they feel lost and unimportant when expected to serve in large areas and schools. I am aware that many urban schools can and have been amalgamated successfully, but urban solutions do not always work for rural problems. Periodically, I hear rumors of more amalgamations of rural municipalities and even the end of local municipal government. And we will need to fight that just as we are fighting the closure of our schools. We are well able and should be allowed to run our own communities and our own schools where responsible people make decisions who daily answer to public concerns with honor, integrity, and transparency. My council is worried about the population decline in rural areas. Our assessment base is clearly being eroded. Yet in Kintore, we have a thriving community centered around their school, a school whose population is not only stable but growing, portable, holding children who cannot be accommodated within the building. And there is potential for even more growth if the threat of closing could be removed from the minds of the parents. I have attended events at this school. It is truly a family with a significant place for each child. I hear of no bullying. But if this school closes, our board will be agreeing to bus children, some as young as 3 years of age, for what is estimated to be a trip of nearly an hour one way. Is there no compassion for these little ones who have no voice in the decision? Perhaps it is time that we reconsider our definition of bullying. What are the financial considerations? You have been shown that closing and resettlement of pupils will be $1 million more expensive than keeping them in the present building. Transferring children out of the area to another board is not an idle threat. This school area, as you have heard, is very close to Perth County and the Avon-Maitland board. The 50 children confirmed as leaving will cause a grant shortfall of $550,000 per year. In 5 years, that's nearly $3 million. Keeping the school open and accommodating even just 10 of the children planning to move elsewhere would bring in extra grant money of $110,000 per year. In the same 5 years, an increase of over $500,000. I have no doubt that my council would feel a great responsibility to find a way to access such funds. It is decision time for A.J. Baker. You alone will make the decision. It is very possible you feel, as I did, ARCs are expected to close schools, and for you, most importantly, the realization that you have previously done just that. Can you possibly change direction now? Will you retain your credibility if you do? You will struggle. By the end of our presentations this evening, you will certainly be convinced of the rightness of keeping A.J. Baker open. But are you brave enough to venture in a completely different direction? When I spoke to the ARC regarding the value of our particular school in our community, I included this personal story. When I look back on my life, I do not think that I ever did wrong or made negative decisions deliberately. If I tell you I grew up in a Presbyterian manse, the eldest in a minister's family, you may have a little more understanding of the rules under which I was raised, and the expectation that these rules would guide my life. However, when I look back and I remember specific incidents, particularly as my husband and I raised our children, I am completely puzzled as to why I did or said some things or made the decisions I did. I believe now that I was completely wrong, and I keep saying to myself, what was I thinking? I have learned much in my adult life from a very wise woman, Maya Angelou. I have found these words of hers to be life-changing and very comforting. She says, I did then because of what I knew then, but now that I know better, I do better. By the end of this evening, you will know much more and much better than when you started considering the future of this particular school. You can now do better than just deciding to rubber stamp the staff recommendation and close yet another rural school. You must acknowledge that you have been given much more information than presented in previous decisions. Surely the data is overwhelmingly showing the wisdom of not only allowing A.J. Baker to
Mayor
remain...
Lupton, I'm sorry.
You're open? All right.
Thank you. Were there any questions for Mayor Lupton? Thank you. Daniel West.
Keep that card handy. I'm going to the line.
And I'm going to be consistent. If I'm going to red card a reverend,
I've got
I'm
like
going
5
to red
seconds
card
of
everyone.
clear. Good evening, trustees. Over the course of the last year and a half, myself and several other A.J. Baker parents have given up 2 Tuesday evenings a month to come here to this boardroom and endure almost every meeting in person. Seldom was A.J. Baker actually on the agenda, but it was rare that a meeting would go by that we didn't glean at least one small nugget of information that we felt was relevant to our cause. Quite frankly, I don't know how communities can go through an ARC without taking the time to find out firsthand what happens here and the issues facing trustees and administration. Tonight I will be talking about one such nugget of information that came to my attention during the public input for the Aberdeen-Ealing-Trafalgar ARC. A presenter was talking about senior administration's response to their ARC and how the box beside putting students first had not been checked off. What's this? I hadn't noticed that in the response to our ARC. iPhone in hand, I scrolled through the document, and lo and behold, at the bottom was a self-evaluation section entitled Relation to Commitments. 7 commitments are listed, yet only 3 had been checked off. Back in my A.J. Baker school days, if I had handed in an assignment where I had achieved less than half of the tasks set before me, I would be sent back to my desk to finish it properly or receive a failing grade. So let's take a few minutes and examine how these commitments and how Senior Admin's proposal does or does not address them. Putting students first. Surely this commitment goes without saying. The whole focus and purpose of an education system should be to have the students front and center throughout all decisions. In the expanded version of the commitment on the board's website, it also states seeking input and communicating effectively with parents in a transparent and timely fashion. This did not occur in this ARC. It took until the 3rd meeting for Senior Admin to lay their cards on the table and give us the details of what they intend to happen with the schools involved, a full 9 months after trustees voted to begin the ARC. Even after we were provided with the expanded version of Senior Admin's recommendation, we still did not have a rationale, no reasoning, or supporting data as to why this was the best course of action. All we were provided with was a solid assurance that their recommendation would tick the right boxes for funding. Sadly, their assessment is that their recommendation does not put students first. Recognizing and encouraging leadership in all its forms. Another box that is not checked off. Does this mean that the end result of Senior Admin's recommendation is neutral on this commitment? Does it mean that Senior Admin's recommendation has a negative effect on leadership? Ensuring safe, positive learning and working environments. It's good to see that Senior Admin checked off this box. We certainly don't want our students in an unsafe, negative environment. But as we were shown no evidence that the current configuration of schools is in any way unsafe or negative, I don't see how merely maintaining the status quo justifies senior admin's recommendation. Taking responsibility for the students and resources entrusted to our care. Another box is being checked off, but at no point were we provided with data or evidence that senior admin's recommendation meets this commitment. Dr. Killip's research, examining the effects of consolidated schools, indicates that there is no discernible improvement to academic outcomes in consolidated versus non-consolidated schools. How is maintaining the status quo taking responsibility for the students? The little matter of taxpayer dollars comes into play here also. Senior admin's recommendation comes with a price tag of $2.6 million, plus any related school renewal performed at the same time. We were never able to get a definitive figure on a bricks and mortar solution for A.J. Baker, but using the figures provided in the school information profile, it would cost $1.6 million to bring A.J. Baker up to board standard. That's a full $1 million less of taxpayers' money. At no point through this process has senior admin provided any supporting information to justify how spending more taxpayer money is a sound fiscal choice to make. The only information provided for potential fiscal savings is in any area is busing. The report presented to trustees on September 9th of this year is one that the ARC requested but was denied. A whopping $10,000 a year is projected to be saved over the current busing arrangement, leading to a 260-year payback period on the capital investment. Actively engaging our students, staff, families, and communities. The final of the three boxes that were checked. Again, though, I'm not quite sure how it made the list. With the exception of the principals who were at ARC meetings to answer any school-specific questions, school staff were kept at a distance from the process. Happened to be both a parent and a TVDSB employee? Best keep a low profile. Your allegiance is first and foremost to your employer, not to your children and community. Are you a student? We keep the ARC process out of the day-to-day running of the school because we don't want to create a politically charged environment. Engaging family and communities? Okay, I'll give you that one. You have most certainly got our attention and engaged us. We've once again filled the gallery tonight, as we have several times before during this process, and will once again on vote night. You have brought the day-to-day activities of the board front and center for many of us. Many of us now know far more about our education system than we ever wanted to, thanks to this ARC. The question that you as trustees need to ask yourself, though, is a community rising up to do battle with the school board the type of engagement that we seek? Being inclusive, fair, and equitable. Another box left unchecked. How is it fair to rip a long-standing community apart simply because to do so will generate provincial funding? According to educator Rick Lavoie, fairness means that everyone gets what he or she needs. We don't need a bigger school. We need our school in our community. A point that the Ministry of Education makes 3 times in their version of the school information profile is the value of the school if it is the only school in the community. In TVDSB's version of the school information profile, it is relegated to 1 mention in the category of afterthoughts. Inspiring new ideas and promoting innovation. I wholeheartedly agree with Senior Admin's decision not to check this box. New ideas and innovation were in no way promoted or inspired in this process. If an idea didn't fully fit inside the provincial funding formula, Senior Admin wasn't interested in exploring it. A prime example of this is the Rural Education Centre proposal that was tabled by our group. In the early days of the ARC, while we were still trying to guess at the issues for this ARC, long before Senior Admin revealed their plans, I did mention that it took 9 months for them to disclose their plans, didn't I? A member of our group came up with an idea for a rural education centre styled after the outdoor ed centres that could be placed at Zora to utilize empty pupil places. This would be a program that the board would fully run and administer just as it does the outdoor ed centres. Myself and another parent made an appointment with programming department to discuss the proposal and to look at how it could fit into Thames Valley and what requirements would need to be met for it to work. This quickly descended into a scene from Catch-22. We came seeking information that would allow us to flesh out a program and seek sources of funding. but in order to discuss details, admin wanted to know that we had funding in place to make it worth their time and effort to discuss the proposal. Captain Yossarian would be proud. So, senior admin's recommendation only passes 3 of 7 commitments according to their self-assessment. It doesn't put students first. It doesn't recognize or encourage leadership. It isn't about being inclusive, fair, or equitable. It doesn't inspire new ideas or promote innovation. It doesn't put forward a plan that ensures optimum success for our children or our community. What does it do? It is a solid plan for obtaining $2.6 million of capital money from the province. Of this, I'm sure. Executive Officer Bushell assures us that this recommendation meets the criteria set forward by the province to obtain funding. I have no reason to doubt him. He is good at his job. I may not agree with the criteria, rules, and policies that he must adhere to, but he is very good at implementing those criteria, rules, and policies to maximize the funding available to the board. In the coming year, you will be moving forward and implementing action items related to your new vision, mission, and commitments, and taking opportunity to put into practice the commitments that you have made to your students, your staff, your families, and communities. I ask that you view this decision through the lens of these commitments you have made. Make no mistake, senior administration's recommendation is about nothing more than eliciting money from a flawed funding formula. The choice is simple. Your commitments are $2.6 million. Thank you.
Are there any questions for Daniel from trustees? Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Stephanie Halford.
Good evening. I'm Stephanie Halford, and I've been an A.J. Baker parent since 2002. Thank you for this opportunity to speak tonight. Why should A.J. Baker be closed? That is the question I and a great many others have been asking since the release of the C.N. Watson report in 2005. With so many schools, including A.J. Baker, on the list of potential closures, my initial reaction was an emotional one. After all, it was about school, and school is where we live, as students, parents, volunteers, and as a community. Until now, and I'm speaking in very general terms, phases of elementary school accommodation reviews have involved consolidations in response to declining enrollment, the need to maximize programming through facility and to replace prohibitive to repair schools, and the desire to create schools with the full JK to grade 8 complement. Thames Valley Senior Administration's recommendations have offered students and their families the opportunity to relocate within their own towns or villages, or to come together to form something completely new. The Middlesex II arc involving Thorndale and the creation of West Nizuri Public School, which took place back in Phase 1, is an example in which several of these circumstances came into play. Schools did close, and 2 new facilities were built to replace them and accommodate the student populations living within the Middlesex II review area. Incidentally, and I say this with the utmost respect, senior administration's plan was approved with an estimated total cost that charged the Ontario taxpayer millions of dollars more, based on the number of students served, than what we've learned the cost would be to fully upgrade A.J. Baker Public School, again on a per-student basis, to accommodate the student population into the future. A.J. Baker is not prohibitive to repair. The school is full, and in an era of student population decline and shift, has maintained a stable enrollment. A.J. Baker, Zora Highland Park, and Chelmsford Public Schools are very close in age, yet for more than a decade, the latter 2 facilities have received upgrades through renewal spending, totaling a sum 4 times greater per student at Zora and 6 times greater per student at Chelmsford than the number of renewal dollars spent per student at A.J. Baker during the same time frame. While it may have been prudent to limit spending on a school that senior administration had suggested the board close, it is remarkable that after a long history of minimal renewal spending, the cost to fully upgrade A.J. Baker today still would be $1 million less than what would be spent with the movement of just 66 A.J. Baker students to Thamesford, as per senior administration's current recommendation. The implementation of senior administration's plan would see families living north of Kintore seeking education close to home, and therefore beyond Thames Valley's border. This is the reality of our rural landscape. An exodus to school boards north will happen, and the significant financial cost to Thames Valley associated with the loss of current and future student enrollment is guaranteed should A.J. Baker Public School be closed. It is a fact that all 4 schools in the Northwest Oxford Accommodation Review are great schools, supported by great communities. All serve their respective communities very well, and that is the point. A.J. Baker Public School is the hub of our community, and it keeps us connected. Situated on 5 acres, the school provides a valuable recreation area for families and allows the Kintore Optimist Club to operate its highly successful soccer program every spring and summer. The school becomes a polling station for every provincial and federal election due to its community center status within the greater Kintore area. The village of Kintore is surrounded by family farms, and in Oxford County, farmland is protected from housing development. There are no suburbs in this rural place. Despite the looming threat of closure, A.J. Baker's tremendous parent involvement and community and municipal support have remained as strong as ever because people live there. And for those of us raising families there, those who teach, volunteer, and attend community functions there, A.J. Baker is where we live. Throughout its entire history, A.J. Baker has been blessed with long-term, much-loved teaching and support staff. There's a lot to be said for job satisfaction, especially when it has direct, beneficial effects on student learning. The statements and presentations we've heard tonight from former administrators, teachers, and students attest to this. And so the question remains, why? Why should A.J. Baker be closed? Ackland James Baker, for whom our current school was named, was a Lakeside resident and Queen's University graduate who cared deeply about education. Highly regarded in our community, he served as the township's clerk-treasurer for over 30 years and was committed to student learning until his death in 1960. Our community's unwavering commitment to our beloved school and all it has to offer cannot be denied. Thames Valley Senior Administration's proposed closure of A.J. Baker Public School would result in the permanent dismantling of our community at great expense to all of us here. And to what end? Keeping A.J. Baker open would allow us as taxpayers to continue to fund high-quality education into the future at a bargain price. Keeping A.J. Baker open would allow the Thames Valley District School Board to uphold the commitments it has made within its strategic plan by providing high-quality education close to home where we live. It's something all families within Thames Valley's jurisdiction deserve, and something no student, no community should be forced to sacrifice. Please keep A.J. Baker Public School open. Thank you.
Questions from trustees? Okay, thank you. Our next presenter is Lisa Linton.
Good evening. My name is Lisa Linton, and most important to me is I'm a mom of 4 children at AJ. SK, grade 1, grade 2, and grade 4. I'm a mom, a volunteer both in the school and in our community, and I am a businesswoman. My husband and I have a cash crop swine operation and are in the works of building a laying hen facility. We work hard to make the right decisions and put a lot of thought into the things we do. I'm also a numbers person. I do cash flows for our growing farm and help make the best decision for our family farm. When I heard the rumblings of closing A.J. Baker, as all of us do, we make an emotional decision. but I know that it comes down to dollars and cents, and a decision will be made based on what financially makes sense. Investing in A.J. Baker makes sense. There are long-term benefits to enrollment to be had by Thames Valley with an investment in A.J. Baker. There are currently families living within the boundaries who have chosen to educate their children in surrounding school boards because of the lack of investment to our school. I personally have 8 nieces and nephews in the A.J. Baker boundary that chose to take their kids to school in St. Mary's because at the time of their initial enrollment, they were worried about the closure of A.J. Baker. We are both a farming community and have many residents that commute to work in St. Mary's, Stratford, Kitchener, Waterloo, and beyond. Growth in opportunities within these areas may translate to enrollment growth for A.J. Baker in the future, particularly if an effort's made to properly maintain the school, making it more attractive for prospective young families. Our enrollment increased this year by 9%. That's huge for a school on the chopping block. There is a draw to smaller, close-knit rural school, one with strong ties to its community that help entice families to move out to the countryside. An investment at A.J. Baker will make the school much more attractive to future students and their families. They won't have to make the decision to cross the school board boundaries. They will feel secure in their own community. For the past 20 years, our kids have been in a porta-pack, a temporary structure. 20 years with very little renewal spending. If the board is not able to come up with the funding for bricks and mortar, at the very least, we would settle for a replacement of the porta-pack. Stand-alone portables are not an option for us. This is a sign to our community that you'll be back to get us. To me, stand-alone portables is the same thing as shutting us down. I am a successful businesswoman, so I know a good and bad business decision when I see one. Senior admin will put forth a business case to the provincial government asking for funding. In this business case, the plan is to reduce a net 23 empty pupil spaces at Zora Highland Park. Senior admin has this $2.6 million funding opportunity at their doorstep. Exciting, $2.6 million for the Thames Valley School Board. Senior admin wants to close A.J. Baker, send half of the kids to Zora, send the other half of the kids to Thamesford, and spend that $2.6 million on renovations. But what is the cost? The cost, besides tearing out the heart of a village, is the loss of 50 students. Others here tonight have presented about the 50 students to the school board. 4 of those 50 are mine. So in reality, senior admin's proposal to reduce 23 empty pupil spaces actually will create 27 more pupil spaces. Simple math, 50 students, approximately $11,000 per child per year is $550,000. $550,000 loss every year. Every year forever. Sounds like a bad business decision to me. Let me introduce you to a good business decision. One that cash flows well, keeps families and community happy, and continues to provide an excellent education for our children. One that the trustees can feel good about, something that will be a great return of investment to our school board. It starts by keeping A.J. Baker open. Listen to what the communities and family members here are asking for. A.J. Baker wants bricks and mortar. Oops. Senior Admin has provided us with a number of a maximum $1.6 million to completely renovate and address the entire backlog of renewal spending and bring A.J. Baker up to Thames Valley District School Board standards. The school board has $475,000 of already approved full-day kindergarten money. Add that to the $550,000 that we will keep in the Thames Valley District School Board each year by providing a local school for our children. This is a less than 2-year payback. A 2-year payback that continues to pay back to the Thames Valley District School Board every year. Every year it generates income into the board by not losing these kids to surrounding school boards. This is a good business decision. I'm asking the trustees to look at the numbers, use common sense, listen to what the community here is asking for. A.J. Baker is worth investing in. Thank you.
Are there any questions from trustees? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Teresa Ryan?
Good evening, trustees, board administration, and fellow A.J. Baker supporters. My name's Teresa Ryan, and I have 2 children that attend A.J. Baker School. I was neither born nor raised in the Kintore area, but my family's involvement in working on the Save A.J. Baker Committee has caused our family tree to sprout roots in this great community. I'm amazed at what I've learned about the history of this community and the history of the school within it, which you heard tonight. We are not a collection of strangers simply living out of sight of one another. We're a group of people who know our neighbors, who help each other, who support our children. We've been criticized through the ARC process as not being a growth community, but we are a community of growers. And as the saying goes, if you ate today, thank a farmer. Despite the limits on so-called growth in our community, our school population is stable to growing. That cannot be said about many schools in this board. We've been asked to show what is different about our ARC, about our school. This is one such difference. The school population is stable to growing. We've already exceeded predicted growth by this board. As trustees, do you feel comfortable utilizing the growth prediction information given to the ARC when it's already out of date? When something is hard to predict, it's important to look at what is actually going on. Admin's recommendation from the start is to close A.J. Baker. But why? A reason for this has never been put forward. Just insinuation that we are a small, unsustainable group of students in the middle of nowhere that could be bused to the middle of somewhere else. We've seen how bigger is not better. There's no benefit to creating larger schools in our rural communities. No benefit to the student. What is the reason then? To save money? That can be the only reason this all boils down to. We build each student's tomorrow every day versus we need to be seen to be saving money. That's what this feels like in the end. Students at A.J. Baker build an excellent future for themselves every day in Kintore. We've seen through research presented to you that bigger is not better. We do not build A.J. Baker students' tomorrows by shutting down their school and busing them long distances outside of their community. So we must look at the saving money side of the equation then. Surely there must be some point to this. According to information given to us in the ARC, closing A.J. Baker and adding on to Thamesford Public School, as you've already heard, would cost $2.6 million. Keeping AJ Baker open will cost $1.6 million. And I feel like in the future, those numbers might be debated, or it might be said in the future that we didn't understand what that really meant. But all I can say is those were the numbers we were given, so that's all we have to work with. So I'm going to use those numbers in my presentation simply to make a point. They don't necessarily represent final figures. They're just what we've been given to work with. So keeping this in mind, what does it mean, a so-called $1.6 million? Is it $1.6 million upfront straight out of the bank account? No. As we understand it, $1.6 million addresses the total backlog of renewal spending. I would imagine if you were given the total amount of renewal spending theoretically required for any randomly selected school within the TVDSB, it would feel like a large amount of money. I would imagine that ours would be a lot less than $1.6 million if AJ Baker had received renewal spending of any significance in the last decade. Also keep in mind that our renewal spending would not occur all at once, and indeed it does not need to. Capital planning has indicated that AJ Baker's renewal needs would be put into the pool along with all other schools needing renewal spending and prioritized accordingly. What we're told we do need is porta-pack replacement. This is only a portion of the $1.6 million estimate provided by administration. AJ Baker has been allocated almost $500,000 already for FDK from the provincial government. Perhaps you as trustees can ask admin for an outline on how this would occur and what it might actually cost, taking into consideration $500,000 already coming our way. $1.6 million as a total for renewal spending spread over any number of years or indeed decades is not an unreasonable amount to spend on a school that is under this board's wing to keep it in shape. The difference and the crux here is that a portion of that amount must come from board-supported capital. Keep in mind this would not likely be all at once. Why should you want to approve board-supported capital for this project? Because it is the right thing to do. Because it costs taxpayers $1 million less overall. Because $2.6 million to add on to Thamesford comes ultimately from taxpayers. Because you will not have to spend a dime in Zora Highland Park or Thamesford if you vote to keep AJ Baker open. Because parents in this strong rural community will look to their neighboring school boards to take them in so that our children will not have to ride the bus for an hour twice a day. So our children may stay closer to their own community and familiar surroundings. So that our children may play extracurricular sports and with kids that they know. I can see St. Mary's from my back door, or at least I will when Bob takes his corn in. My children attend extracurricular activities with kids from AJ Baker in St. Mary's. My children are friends with children already attending schools in Perth County. We gravitate in that direction, like other families at AJ Baker, because it's closer. If we must look at the financial side of this situation, since we know that bigger is not better in terms of educating the kids, we must see that each student has a price tag over their head of approximately $11,000. $11,000 per child per year from the Ontario government. We have surveyed our community, and we know that approximately half of AJ Baker students attend high school in St. Mary's. As you've heard already, we can estimate 50 to 75 children would likely leave the TVDSB for schools in either the public or separate school board in Perth County. That equates to a conservative $550,000 to $825,000, not once but per year of dollars leaving the board. This puts a maximum of $1.6 million in perspective. $1.6 million, only a part of which needs to be board-supported capital, spent over a period of time to prevent a loss of $500,000 to $800,000 per year leaving the TVDSB. And I understand too that probably leaving the board is not an easy thing to do. So I can anticipate that might be a point of discussion, but it's not an idle threat when we do live so close to the border. $1.6 million over time to bring a rural school back to the standard it deserves, having been left out of the renewal pool for decades. $1.6 million for bricks and mortar. Portables are a temporary solution. Administration has stated that. Kintore families looking to place their children into a stable school situation know that portables are temporary. Please do the right thing. Restore A.J. Baker to the condition it needs to continue to provide each student's tomorrow every day. Designate some board-supported capital to retain your students in our community. Thanks.
Are there any questions? Okay, and Marcus, Ryan.
So I've only imagined this about 1,000 times. As Teresa said, we're not from Zora Township originally. And not being aware of board boundaries, and because of the geography of our area, when it came time for our oldest, Charlie, to go to school, we assumed that he would go to school in St. Mary's. When we looked into it and found out that he would in fact go to A.J. Baker in Kintore, we were thrilled. We were from a rural community, and we knew exactly what it meant to have a small, right-sized school in our community and the support of the people in our community. So when I first heard that AJ was again threatened with closure, I was upset, and I automatically opposed it. But I'm an engineer by profession, and I quickly thought, this is an emotional response. I need to get educated about this. So, as you know, Henriette, Daniel, and myself have been coming for almost 2 years, every 2 weeks, to spend an evening with you guys. Ruth still can't tell Daniel and I apart. It must be the hair. I expected that I would learn some uncomfortable truths coming here, and that A.J. Baker probably should close. After 2 years, I'm still waiting to hear a consistent, well-reasoned rationale or business case to close A.J. Baker. But after tonight's presentations, I know that you have a consistent, well-reasoned rationale and business case to keep A.J. Baker open. I remember being at the May 27th board meeting when Roger Caranci spoke on the South Central London Elementary Arc. And he said he didn't want to put it on you to not close a school. I do want to put it on you to not close a school. First things first. Some of you not familiar with our community may not recognize it as a community. It's just a bunch of fields and barns. They're so far apart, they can't be a community. What difference does it make which school they go to? Well, the attendance at these board meetings should tell you how important this is to our community. But this isn't just any community. Everyone in our community cares about this school. When you get farmers off the tractor at harvest time, you know something is happening. The people of our community donated the land that this school is built on. They gave the land that this school is built on to the then board, that this board has inherited. They gave it to educate their children. That's a responsibility that you've inherited. Our community gave the money to build the climbers at our school. When they burned down, they gave the money to build them again. They never came to this board and asked for that money. Our community gave the money to put a smart board in every classroom in A.J. Baker before they were in any other school in the Thames Valley Board. Our community did that. They didn't come to the board and ask for the money. Our community did that. Our school is a product of our community. That's a reality. Legally, this board is responsible for looking after it. Legally, the province owns it. Make no mistake, those people produced our school. AJ Baker does not have declining enrollment. It's over 150% capacity for over 20 years and increasing enrollment. It's gone up 9% this year during an arc to close it. An arc that everybody has known has been coming for good or bad reasons for a long time, and yet enrollment is up. That's no reason to close a school. Because of our geography, AJ students in our community would be split in at least 4 directions and also put 25 walkers onto buses into other communities. We've heard this board anguish over sending students in the City of London into other communities within the City of London. This geography would also mean a conservative annual loss to the board of up to 50 students and their associated funding. I've gone to great pains to talk to many of you individually about this. This is not a threat by our community. We don't want to leave AJ Baker. We don't want to leave the Thames Valley District School Board. There are children on our road, on my road, that go to school in the Catholic board and the public board in Perth County. We could send our kids there tomorrow. There is room in those schools. We don't want to go. It's not a threat. We don't want to leave. We don't want that to be your decision. We want you to be informed. We want you to be informed and make a decision that will allow us to stay in this board, to stay in AJ Baker. Because of this loss of students, senior administration's recommendation would not only not eliminate 23 empty pupil places, it would probably create at least 27 empty pupil places. $2.6 million to create 27 empty pupil places. That's no reason to close a school. AJ Baker does not currently operate at a loss to the TVDSB. As a result, senior administration's recommendation would not save operating costs. Combined with the expected loss of students, it would probably result in a net per student increase in operating costs of the schools in this arc. That's no reason to close a school. Urban and suburban communities get special schools like French immersion or technical or arts-focused high schools, and that's fine. We don't get that in Zora Township. We know that's something you get in town. But what you do expect in the country is a school in your community for your children to go to. You've heard it before tonight, and you're going to hear it again. Fair doesn't mean that everybody gets the same. Fair means that everybody gets what they need. Our children need AJ Baker. As you have heard earlier, ARC members from both Zora Highland Park and Thamesford Public School said no to what was on offer for their schools. The increased FTE for their schools and the closure of AJ was too high a price for them to pay. So all the schools that would have been involved in this consolidation rejected it and the supposed benefits. Closing AJ would, without a doubt, not be beneficial to our students. Your own study makes this clear. Since this board started closing schools in large numbers in 2006, there are fewer students in fewer schools. The budget has gone up, but the TVDSB elementary EQAO scores have consistently diverged from the province's average in a negative way, as I know you are all painfully aware. That's no reason to close a school. The current plan to consolidate and reinvest to improve education is not working. It is a cliche, but it is also true that to continue to do the same thing and expect a different result is the definition of insanity. As a group, you thankfully decided to get a measure of what you were doing, the study on examining the effects of consolidated schools. It clearly shows that the current consolidation plan is not providing the desired result. Please do not continue expecting a different outcome. Following on the same plan that has not delivered the desired results would be worse than insane. It would be a betrayal of the trust in the title bestowed on you by the people in those seats. According to senior administration's recommendation, it would cost taxpayers at least $1 million more to close AJ than it would to keep it open. To be clear, the $1.6 million backlog in renewal spending will not be made up in 1 year or even 2 years if AJ is kept open. The only money it would need in the short term is the replacement of the Portapack and a reconfiguration of the library due to the resultant OTG. Remember, of the required money, there is already $475,266 in FDK capital funding approved for A.J. Baker. This, combined with the well-justified case for a loss of students and their funding to the other boards, makes for a costly closure for Ontario taxpayers and the TVDSB budget. That's no reason to close a school. So it started for me as a desire to get educated about consolidation, turned into a crusade to save our school, but ultimately became as simple as the facts. There is no good fiscal or educational reason to close A.J. Baker. There is, in fact, the opposite. The school serves the TVDSB well. It serves our community well, and most importantly, it serves our children well. You must ask yourselves the question, why? Sitting in front of you are the families of the students whose tomorrows you have committed to build every day. Whatever decision you make, you must be prepared to defend to us. How is it better for us as taxpayers? How is it better for us as parents? Most importantly, how is it better for us as students? We will not accept the answer of precedent. We all know this arc is different. We will not accept the answer that the funding formula from Queen's Park drives this. That doesn't absolve you of your commitments. Over the years, our community has listened to you. I think it is not exaggeration to say that we have listened more closely than any other ARC in any other community. You have told us, both through your words and actions at board meetings and in personal conversations, that what the important issues are in making consolidation decisions. Tonight, we have addressed each and every one of those issues. You have asked us what is unique about our school, our community, and our ARC. Tonight, we have answered that. After tonight's presentations, we know that you know better than to blindly follow past precedents. When you debate this ARC in the coming weeks, please do not talk about declining enrollment, PTR, or programming benefits. Everyone in this room now knows that they are not relevant to this ARC. The real choice before you is between your commitments and the quick, easy cash from Queen's Park. You cannot have both. You now know that it is better to keep A.J. Baker open. You now know how to keep A.J. Baker open. Please ask the right questions on debate night. Please debate the real issues on vote night. Please save A.J. Baker.
Trustee Bennett.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and through you, thank you, Marcus, for your presentation. I do have a question. I found this package of information very useful, but I know that some of my colleagues either didn't get it or have misplaced it. Are there any other copies available?
We've been scrambling. I have 2 in the car, Joyce, which Teresa's going to run out and get as soon as we're done here before you guys start the rest of the meeting. As usual, Henriette and Daniel, I'll be here. So I'll bring them in, I'll get those to it. I'll also, as soon as I get home, I'll email. Oh, you got 2, Daniel? Daniel's got 2 more, so there's 4. As soon as I get home, I'll email a copy of it. I have it electronically as a PDF that you'll all be able to read. So as soon as I get home, I'll email it to all of you, and you'll have it that way as well.
Trustee Bennett, also so you know and the other trustees know, Supervisor Williams has up here at the end of the evening a package of all the material that has been provided for each of the trustees that will be, so don't leave tonight without getting your binder. Yes.
Yeah. That's the presentations. We'll get you copies of those ones too.
So with both of the documents, we'll be fully informed.
You will be fully informed about a good business case.
Are there other questions from trustees?
Come on, guys. 2 years of coming to board meetings, you don't have one question?
I would just like to thank all of you for the way you sat and for the way you were so prepared. And some of the speakers this evening, I really have to compliment you on your speaking style. There's a few people I would love to have just, they could come up and speak for a couple of hours. There was some wonderful, so thank you very much.
We will come back again for a couple of hours.
And in my defense, defense quickly, if you and Daniel didn't dress exactly the same all the time, and I saw you up close more often, that might help. So thank you very much. We do have quite a bit more board business to take care of. I'm going to suggest a 5-minute comfort break for the trustees. We do, and I do mean 5 minutes because we still have quite a lengthy agenda. So if we could take 5 minutes, please, and we will begin again at 5 to 10.
No, I can go sweet.
Trustees, if you could please find your seats. Okay, if we could please reconvene. The next item on the agenda this evening is official record, and there is none this evening. There are no recognition. Chair's announcements. That is me. It was that quick thing after all that information. Did I have any announcements? I don't believe I do. So I'll turn it over to the director. Director's announcement.
Thank you, Chair Tisdale. Just one announcement. In preparation for a discussion at a different board meeting on our board improvement plan for student achievement, there is some information that was left on your desks this evening, and I would just like to turn it over to Superintendent Michelle Deman, who will give you a 30-second overview of the package that you have on your desk.
Thank you. In response to the request that information be sent out in a timely fashion so there's time to think about it and understand it before the presentation, this is coming to you now as I think that we're here on October 28th to do a more in-depth presentation. In your email today or late yesterday, you were sent the interactive tool if you would like to use that online to see what we have offered to our staff as they work through school improvement planning. And in your package, you have a copy of the board improvement plan and the objectives that go under each of the improvement planning sections. What I've put on the bottom are 4 questions around thoughts or considerations for input. You are more than welcome to send me some thoughts electronically or in writing, or to use it to guide your thinking and questions when we do our presentation. Thanks.
Are there any questions on that? Director, any further announcements? Okay, thank you. There's no administrative presentations this evening. Confirmation of the minutes of the September 9th regular board meeting. Could I have a mover of those, please? Trustees Grant and Trustees Todd. All in favor? Thank you. Is there any business arising? Seeing none. Student trustees update. Trustee Mulligans or Ossie?
Thank you, Madam Chair. We just wanted to mention that the United Way Red Feather games and their football games are starting off for the secondary schools, so those are kicking off, and we're excited to see them as well. Eric attended the IT conference recently this week with the Glencoe, SDCI, and Middlesex High School counties, and we had a very productive meeting, as he told me, and I know that my team that went for the London Central one also enjoyed what we found out and all the different technologies that we plan on using in the future. So that's it. Thank you.
Trustee Mulligan, do you have anything else to add?
I'd just like to say that our student councils and most of our schools, after I've reached out, are mostly up and running, so they will be starting to run school activities and working within the community. So it's kind of the official kickoff sort of for students for the new school year, and it's been a pretty good, productive month. So thank you. We can look for your support continuing throughout this year, and once again, thank you.
Are there any questions for the student trustees? Seeing none, we'll move on to reports from the administration. The South Central London Elementary Accommodation Review Committee School Configuration Program and Facility Information Report. Superintendent Powell.
Thank you, and through the chair. The purpose this evening is to provide a program and facility information to address potential school consolidation configurations related to the South Central London Elementary ARC. As you know, this ARC was different in that the senior administration did not provide a recommendation to the ARC to close specific schools, but tasked the ARC with an examination of how to accommodate the students attending schools within the ARC in fewer schools, but gave them the flexibility in looking at what the options would be in doing so. As a result, the ARC had much examination, questioning, and deliberation, and in the end, they recommended that Aberdeen and Ealing public schools close and students be consolidated into a larger Trafalgar public school. In their report, they indicated that they simply felt that a 3-into-2 model would add more students to 2 schools, but would not have significant program benefits. The ARC requested details regarding opportunities to look at if 3 schools consolidated into 1, what would the possibilities be for their students. In doing so, it was discovered that the consolidation of 3 schools into 1 would allow for ministry funding to enhance the facility, increase program opportunities, and create a fully accessible school. In both scenarios of larger consolidated schools, the program benefits are varied and include things such as listed are there on that first page. And I won't speak to each of them individually. We have a number of our senior team that are going to do so, but it's important to note that the larger the school, the greater the possibility for consolidated programming in each of these sites are. So with each of the 3 schools, it was determined that when you consolidated 3 into 2, there is some increase of staff at each. However, the consolidation of 3 schools into 1 do maximize the above program opportunities for students. I'll take a minute just to speak briefly to administrative staff. When you consolidate 3 schools into 2 with these particular schools, the number of students in each would increase, but that would not be sufficient to increase a vice principal allocation at the school, so there would remain a single administrator in each of those buildings. If the 3 schools were consolidated into 1, there would be sufficient students to allocate a full-time vice principal to the school. That has significant benefit for our administrators in having a second administrator in the building to support the families and the student needs and to work with the staff in those buildings. Similarly, if you consolidated 3 schools into 1, there would be an allocation of an additional half-time secretary, which would not be the case if you still had 2 schools open. With that additional secretarial staff in the office, that means that they could cover each other for breaks and ensure that there is always an office staff person in the office to support the operational and safety needs of the school. At this time, I will pass the report over to my senior admin colleagues who will share specific information pertinent to their respective portfolios.
Good evening. I'll highlight a few areas with respect to special education, and those are indicated on your board report. So 2 key areas. With the consolidation of 3 schools into 2, there would be an increase in the allocation of special education staff to each of the buildings. However, the allocation would still involve staff working in multiple schools. For example, there would be a 0.5 school support counselor in each of those buildings, so they wouldn't be there. They would be there either every other day or they would be there half days and traveling for the other half of their day. The consolidation of special education staff in one building, so that 3-to-1 scenario, offers many benefits to our school communities. There will be an increase in overall special education staffing. Therefore, students, staff, parents would have increased access to special education staff. For example, there would be a full-time school support counselor allocated to that one school, and therefore there would be increased flexibility in terms of when programs are offered. So programs could be offered before school, after school, during recesses. There wouldn't be any traveling. And itinerant staff are traveling all the time and now between schools. And if there's urgent situations, there would be staff members, special education staff in the building full-time with respect to a school support counselor.
In terms of the native language component, we do have the ability to offer native language in any school where there is enough interest, according to ministry funding, to offer the classes. So right now we currently have enough students interested in taking native language, which they do take in place in lieu of the French instruction. We do have enough students at Aberdeen right now to offer a full program for grades 4 through 8. At Ealing, we have enough just this year for the first time to have a program for grades 7 and 8 students, and we don't have enough students interested in native language to offer any classes in native language at Trafalgar currently. In terms of consolidating these schools, if we brought the 3 schools into 2, We anticipate that the number of students interested in native language would still only support grades 7 and 8 at the combination of Ealing and Trafalgar, and any students in the Aberdeen-Trafalgar area could have French instruction from grades 4 through 8. The bringing the 3 schools together, however, has a decided advantage of then we would be able to offer the full program of grades 4 through 8 to any of the students from all 3 of those originating schools, because you would have enough of a grouping of students to be able to do that. The other possibility is that there may be fewer split classes in those components as well in terms of that, because you need to have a certain critical mass of students to be able to do that, but we could certainly do all 3, for all 3 groups if it was 3 into 1. And again, these are all predictions because it does vary from year to year in terms of the number of students for that program, but there is definitely a decided advantage in that. In terms of the ESL component, we have a small number of ESL students in the schools there, and ESL is certainly offered to all students requiring support. The benefit, however, in terms of bringing 3 schools into 2, there is a potential for some more grouping of English language learners together, depending on the need in that year. And certainly with grade 3 into 1, that the likelihood of there being sufficient numbers of English language learners to work in more collaborative groups would increase. Because as I'm sure you understand, is learning another language with a group of people is better than trying to learn it with just a couple of people together. So it's best for conversational groups and for working together. There is definitely an advantage there to learn with others at the same time. Thank you.
Moving on to the library section. As you are aware, in the elementary panel, the teacher librarian staffing allocations are based on a contractual formula. So looking ahead to 2016-17, the projected enrollment, which is outlined on the 3rd page of Appendix A, shows sort of 3 scenarios. The status quo scenarios outline for us that each of the libraries would be staffed less than half-time. Scenario 1, which produces 2 resultant schools, has teacher librarian staffing such that each of the 2 libraries would be staffed approximately half of the time. And scenario 2, which is outlined for you on the 3rd page of Appendix A, indicates that the teacher librarian staffing would be such that the library would be staffed full-time, and certainly that has advantages for the students and the staff and the community within that entire building. Thank you.
The classroom teacher allocations were based on using our ministry cap size requirements and collective agreement class size guidelines. So I took the numbers of students and created organizations as though I was creating them for tomorrow. So I set them up that way, and recognizing that moving 3 into 1 does increase the flexibility of class organizations. So it allows you to have different combinations to meet the different varying needs of students within that.
The attached appendix provides additional program and facility information for each of these school configuration consolidation scenarios. At this time, the senior administration would be pleased to take any questions about the report or the supporting appendix that has been provided for you.
Trustee Reed?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and through you, thank you very much for pulling all this information together. It really does help kind of bring all the pieces together in one easy format. My question is regarding the facility renewal, and I see under scenario 1, we're looking at about $8.3 million in facility renewal in the next 5 years. Scenario 2, you put TBD, and I'm just wondering why we don't have a more specific idea of what we would need to renew. Granted that the answer might be 0 since the building will be fully renovated and new.
That's through the chair, that's the problem. We don't know what the addition looks like in the renovations. So, for instance, I'll take windows. If the windows are redone, the windows may not be there because the addition would be on that side of the building, and the windows would be removed because of the addition. So it's very hard to decide, for instance, what we would be dealing with boilers. We wouldn't know what would be the heating ventilation scheme we would come up with the addition, and would that affect the existing school? That's why it's so difficult through the processes, and especially in our process. I always, until the building's designed, I really can't estimate the renewal components because we don't know what parts will be touched with the addition and the renovations of the existing school and what would still be there. And so that's why we always try to be determined. I think what you look at 2.5 is the backlog of the existing building. Experience has shown us that we do get efficiencies in costs when we build a bigger project, and our cost estimates go down because of the fact that we combine that work with the addition work, and we get quite a gain on that as well because we make the project bigger. So rather than giving you an actual number there, I think it's fair to, in the past, we've always said to be determined, but it'll be part of the overall project. And we always say in the design presentation that it's estimated to be this amount plus the school renewal, and we handle all the different school renewal components when we tender the project.
Trustee Grant?
Thank you very much, Chair. And through you, I'm looking at the transportation numbers, and I'm a little confused because I thought that the 3 into 2 wasn't going to generate any busing, and the minimum busing is going to be like the same as if we do 3 into 1. It looks about 200 students would be bused regardless of any consolidation, and I'm confused by that number. Is there hazard areas that we don't know, that we didn't know about, or why are so many students going to be bused?
Through you, Madam Chair, the numbers with respect to going from 3 schools into 1, so the last column, really reflects the potential hazard designation at Egerton, Hamilton Road, and Trafalgar. Because of the distance of the students from Trafalgar, there will be about 100 students eligible for busing in that scenario due to distance, and approximately another 70 to 100 students because of the hazard would qualify for busing. The first two scenario, or the first scenario, again, it is because of distance and the hazard.
Follow-up?
Do we have any idea what the ongoing cost of busing from 0 to 200 is going to cost the board?
Yes, through you, Madam Chair, it is $100,000 approximately.
Trustee Bennett?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I found the information quite interesting in the report and appreciate the work that went into it. However, I'm struggling because I, and most of us know the 3 schools and where they are relative to each other. I'm struggling with the focus, particularly in the special education section, on travel time between schools and why there are implications around that. Because, not to be facetious, but they could nearly walk from one school to another and still get there on time. So I wonder why that's part of the scenario.
I agree that the schools definitely are close to each other, and the travel times aren't lengthy times, but there are some advantages with having someone in the building that can respond immediately if required, and it does still offer flexibility in terms of when specific programs can be offered. We may need some support from a school support counselor, and they're not currently in the building, and we call over to the other building, and they are in a team meeting, they are with a family, and so although they are available, they would still need additional time to get over, even though they would be of close proximity. So there are just some advantages of having someone in a building for more portion of the day.
Follow-up?
Not on that, but I have a second. I wouldn't dare follow up on that because I'm trying to be good. But I do have another question, if I might, Madam Chair, under the native language section. And when I read the third paragraph, this paragraph, and maybe I'm reading it incorrectly, and I would absolutely stand to be corrected, but it makes the assumption that that Trafalgar, like there would be the Ealing Trafalgar and the Aberdeen Trafalgar, but it doesn't, like which of the, what assumption were you using around which school would be closed? If we decided to have two instead of putting all three together, which school in your assumption is the one that's closed? And maybe I'm not wording that well, but it's just because I'm confused by the way it's worded here.
Our work was based on the substitute motion that was put forward, that Ealing and Aberdeen remain open and that Trafalgar closed. That was the substitute motion put forward by the trustees. So in our work for two schools remain open, it's based on that substitute motion of Aberdeen and Ealing remaining open and Trafalgar closing.
So why does it say native language would still only support grade 7 and 8 native language instruction at Ealing Trafalgar? At the Ealing site with the Trafalgar taken out of the picture? Is that what that means?
So that means the combination of the students that are from Ealing and the portion that would be coming from Trafalgar. So that would be that combined group of students in the one case, and in the other case would be the combined group of students between Aberdeen and that portion of Trafalgar that would be going there. So that's the scenario that when you have it just into two groups now, with Trafalgar being the group that's going half and half or whatever proportion that is.
Associate Director Dalton.
I think because we don't have boundaries for the two schools, what we've done is we've made an assumption that half of the population at Trafalgar would go to Ealing and half of the population at Trafalgar would go to Aberdeen. Because we don't know where that dividing line would be, Joyce. We don't know where that magic line would be. But your motion did say to investigate closing Trafalgar and leaving the other two open. So the only assumption we could make, in with all of like Lynn's calculations for staffing and what we've done with the ESL portions, we've said 50% of Trafalgar's population would go to Ealing and 50% of Trafalgar's population would go to Aberdeen. And then we've done the calculations based on that. Does that help?
So 50% of the students at Trafalgar that aren't interested would be the ones that would be going. Because you've said that there's currently not enough students to offer the program at Trafalgar.
Right. So go ahead, sorry.
That's correct. There currently are not enough students interested in native language to offer a native language program at Trafalgar. But there are some. But there aren't enough to offer the program there, according to what we require for ministry funding. However, if those students were grouped with other students, then certainly there would be opportunities for them to take them. So if they were grouped certainly three schools into one, then all of those students who would be interested could have the program, because there would definitely be enough of a mass to offer the courses.
Okay, Trustee Polhill.
Since we're on the topic of half the kids going to Ealing, half the kids going to Aberdeen, is that realistic? It seems to me like it's not going to be half. Is it more realistic that because both schools can take on more than half the population, the boundaries could be flexible? So it's just as likely we could have a school of 200 still and 400 at another, you know what I mean? Like it's not set in stone that we would do 50-50. It would be the natural boundary or a judgment call on the. Right, so.
We don't know what that would be. That would be up to a boundary review. Oh, sure.
Associate Director Dalton, did you want to answer that question with your microphone on?
We're just having a private little conversation here. You guys could just go about your business.
If you answer that question with the microphone on, that would help, especially for anybody on the phone or watching the video.
That was my fault. I was looking straight at you.
My apologies, Chair, and through you to the Board of Trustees.
It would certainly depend on the outcome of a boundary review, what the numbers would be, and we have no idea right now of what that would be. It's not as if we have right now a natural boundary that would be the most likely. It would have to be through the consultation process of a boundary review. So because we had no idea of where that line would be, then we've just arbitrarily said 50% of the Trafalgar students.
So I guess there's a concern there for me that if we do end up closing one school, that we may end up having one small school and one, I wouldn't say larger, I don't mean larger, but that the division of the natural boundaries is going to have one school sort of remaining status quo with less than this and less than that in regards to support staff, and the other school is going to take on more students and they're going to get the bump up of this or that. And that's not something that we've talked about in regards to the motion that we're going to be looking at in October. So that's my concern, that because we don't have the boundaries set, haven't looked at that yet, we may not be doing justice to the two schools that are staying open. We'll only be doing justice to one to be selected at a future date. Does that sound fair?
Executive Officer Bushell.
Through the chair, that was one of the difficulties of not having the attendance area discussed through the ARC. As you are aware, that when we do ARCs now, we always include that as one of the functions of the ARC to give us attendance area. Just like the AJ Baker, when we had proposed it through the ARC process, they chose not to discuss it, but we did propose an ARC or a boundary or an attendance area that would be conceptual attendance area, which we based everything on, and they actually used it tonight. Not having that completed through this ARC process because of the fact that they went from 3 into 1, there was no need for that. Through the ARC process, if they looked at they wanted 3 into 2, we would have suggested that the ARC study then, so we'd have those numbers for you so we could do the study. But that is definitely lacking now to be able to prepare that for you on a number of things. That, again, if there's facility additions required because of the attendance area when it was over capacity, I think with respect to transportation, there may be a natural divide on the intersection that's discussed at Egerton and Hamilton. That may be the divide that would push them to Aberdeen just because of the fact of the hazard. That would then change the ratios again for us. But that study would have to be completed and then go back and do the attendance area review before we'd be able to set, complete all the functions of this consolidation project.
Trustee Huff?
Yes, I want to go back to the native language section of it. The first paragraph where it says schools have indicated of sufficient interest in native language instruction, and it says according to ministry funding are able to offer instruction in this area. We've supported native language over and above ministry funding for the last 3 or 4 years now, and I'd like to be able to continue that. I'd like rather not have students not have native language programs if they're still eligible for it, according to the guidelines that we set as a board. So I'd like to rather than just take it away because of ministry guidelines.
Director Elliott?
And just further to Trustee Huff's comments with native language, the board has supported native language instruction at Delaware and at Lambeth for the students who reside on the reserves, and so that is the staffing that is over and above. But he's quite right in terms of the actual numbers. The ministry funds at 14 students per class, and so Ealing, 12 students per class. So the classes can be much smaller. Ealing this might be the first year that Ealing has offered native language. There had been interest over the last couple of years, but there were insufficient numbers. There weren't the 12, the magic 12 to match the funding. And so when you look at the possibility of some students at Trafalgar who you don't have enough for the class of 12, but there might be a half a dozen students that could then join the students at Ealing or Aberdeen, because the classes are sufficiently small enough now that they could actually add more students to have not only the minimum number, but to grow to a larger class size than they currently have right now. I don't know if I've confused things.
Do you have a follow-up, Trustee Huff?
No, I'm just thinking of where we're at as far as Aboriginal programming goes throughout the board. And language, again, is a very important part of, I guess, the program we offer Aboriginal students. And the ministry, through their F&I program, is promoting more Aboriginal content within our curriculum and within our programming. And so how important language is to Aboriginal people, I think we should do the most that we can to keep it within our school system.
Trustee Reed?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and through you. I just have a question regarding the staffing scenarios at the very back page. And I just wanted to know, because if we compare the numbers that are being presented in the two scenarios, they seem much more aligned in this version of the breakdown of staffing than it did when it was first initially presented to the board during the decision night back in June. So I'm just wondering if you can explain why there's a closer alignment with these scenarios versus the one previously given.
I'll start with that, and then Superintendent Griffith-Jones. One of the things that was presented in June was 2014 data, but the decision was made that, reality is that this will not be occurring for 2014, so we wanted to present you as an accurate picture. So the decision was made that as much as possible, the data, except where indicated otherwise, reflects 2016, which is closer to when any decision might actually be implemented in terms of the consolidation. Superintendent Griffith-Jones may have more to add to.
And the only thing I would add to that is that taking a look at the numbers, I built the class organizations as though the school was opening tomorrow. So I did it based on that, the number of FDK classes, the number of primary classes, number of junior intermediate classes. So I do mirror using our ministry cap size requirements and our collective agreement class size guidelines as well.
Trustee Jaffe?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Is there any funding available for this part of Thames Valley? In the old days, we used to get funding in envelopes for communities that we thought might be more vulnerable. Is there in the funding formula? Is there funding? Maybe it's a memory from 30 years ago.
Through you, Madam Chair. The only funding that you may be referring to is our Learning Opportunities Grant or LOG funding. So as a board, we do receive a portion of funding for based on census data for school communities such as this.
So you already included that funding in your in the report. That funding is already included in terms of what would be available for these 3 or 2 or 1 school? Is it built into the general grant? You can't identify the funds separately?
Yeah, that's correct. We can't identify specific funding for schools. It comes as one funding envelope for the learning opportunities. Yeah, so I guess, yeah, to rephrase, the funding wouldn't change by going from going 3 to 2 versus 3 to 1. Our funding stream would stay similar under both scenarios.
And just to follow up, so there wouldn't be, so for example, with examples of not being able to, if you have 2 schools, you wouldn't have the extra vice principal. So there's no way to identify the need for an extra vice principal for those schools because of the nature of the area.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. I feel like I'm not asking the right question, but I guess I'd made different assumptions about the funding, that if you're looking at school A that's able to get smart boards into all the classrooms, there might be different funding from schools that don't have access to the same level of funding, both direct and indirect. I guess the answer I'm getting is no, and perhaps I should.
Trustee Jaffe, perhaps, and I'm going to look at our finance staff, I know that a number of years ago there was a much larger component of the Learning Opportunities Grant that dealt with census data and some of those specifics, but over the years the Learning Opportunities Grant has shrunk and some of the factors it looks at has shrunk. Is that not correct, Superintendent Beal?
The grant has changed in terms of some of the early literacy components and so forth over the last, say, 10 years. The one piece that does remain constant is the census data that Associate Director Pratt referred to, and it is currently based on the 2006 census data. And so to further explain what Associate Director Pratt said, it wouldn't change whether we had 3 schools or 2 schools or 1 school, if that helps.
It does up to a point. I guess what you're telling me from an accounting perspective, the money just, you can't identify this money separately. It comes in our general revenue, gets spread for the good of the board, so I can't trace the dollars for the areas of the valley that are the most vulnerable or most in need. So from an accounting perspective, I can't trace those dollars. So if the province is giving us extra dollars because they're targeting certain school communities because of being disadvantaged, there's no way to trace that money's actually being spent there. Is that what you're telling me?
Through you, Madam Chair, I agree with your comment. It's given to the board as a lump sum in Learning Opportunities Grant. It is derived based on the risk components, socioeconomic factors amongst our whole board district. But we would not be able to tag each school with a percentage of that Learning Opportunities Grant.
Okay.
We don't account for it in that way either.
Okay, I'll leave that for now. I guess the other question, from an administrative perspective, and perhaps I can ask the director, it's a sort of a tough question. I know the administration, the advice we're getting is that the 3 schools should turn into 1. If the 3 schools turn into 2, is that still a benefit? Would the administration see that as a positive outcome? I guess what I'm trying to read between the lines of this report, and I can't quite decide whether this report is telling us to give it up or whether the administration sees some benefits of turning 3 schools into 2. Because obviously the debate and the discussion was last time, and I'm not precluding what the final vote is, but the debate was around, not for some trustees not wanting 1 large school, but instead having 2 schools. Is there administrative support for that? I'm trying to read this report, and sometimes I find encouraging words in reports, and sometimes I don't. This one I can't really, I can't read the administrative direction.
Maybe I'll ask Kevin to talk about the facility portion of it, because I think there are 2 different debates. There's the actual staffing component, and then there's the facility component in terms of advantages and disadvantages.
Through the chair, definitely 3 into 2, there's benefits from a facility standpoint. We do save renewal on the 1 building of 2.5 and operating costs. Definitely it's cheaper to run 2 buildings rather than 3 from a heat, hydro, cleaning perspective. So definitely 3 into 2, there will be facility savings. 3 into 1 is that much more savings, but then there is the capital investment to renew and to build the addition at the 3 into 1 that we would again look to the ministry for. And again, operating 1 school instead of 2 is cheaper again from a financial standpoint, from a facility standpoint. So yes, 3 into 2 is a benefit. 3 into 1 is a greater benefit as long as we can get the capital to build the addition we require at Trafalgar. So it would be a sliding scale of benefits with respect to it, but definitely any way reduction of our capacity and using up our excess capacity in that way and filling spaces is a benefit to facility services and on the operational side of the board. I won't speak to the program piece and the staffing piece, but that would be the facility piece.
And through the chair, I'll maybe take a run at it. Maybe my colleagues can also add something as well. When you look at the scenario 1, there are some slight advantages when you're looking at the staffing. So there are some minimal increases to the level of staffing in a school. When you're looking at scenario 2, obviously when you're congregating more kids, that's when you can maximize the staffing. But as you can appreciate, as the superintendent's talked about each area, a lot of it is formula driven in terms of the allocation and the grants to schools, to the school board. And I think when you look at the numbers in scenario 1, from a programming perspective, I would say not huge advantages for a school of, when you're looking at a school of that size versus a larger school. And I think it's a lot of the advantages reside in the facility enhancements when you're looking at the accessibility of the 3 schools. Right now the schools are not accessible, and that is a concern. Obviously, as we move into trying to program for students who have those challenges, particularly the physical challenges, and that's where, from a facility enhancement perspective, as we do with all of our new renovations, is making sure that our buildings are fully accessible. So they are 3 older buildings, and to actually put some dollars into the facility portion, I think it would be of maximum benefit to students. And I see that Associate Director Karen Dalton wanted to add an additional comment.
Associate Director Dalton.
Thank you very much. Through the chair, just to enlarge on what the director has said, if we go 3 into 2, we are going to be putting more students into 2 buildings that are of the same condition that you see them in today, because we don't have the opportunity to apply for the same funds to make those schools what they should be, and they're old facilities. So we gain the operational savings that Kevin has talked about by closing 1 school, but we can't enhance the buildings. All we're doing is putting more students into the bricks and mortar that are still there. Then you look at the staffing, and this is where the director was going. There are minimal advantages to support staff that we can put in the buildings, but not enough to make a clear difference for what we can do for those students. If we really want to have program supports for the kids in a neighborhood that needs everything we can give them, we can do that 3 into 1. Is that what you're after, Trustee Jaffe?
Yes, thank you.
Trustee Grant.
Thank you very much, and through you, Chair. I have another question on the transportation information, and it there may not be an answer to it right now, and I respect that. I'm usually pretty good at understanding the funding formula, but I know transportation has always been a little bit confusing to me because we're overspending in our transportation envelope, and I'm not exactly sure how we generate funding for transportation. So by adding 200 students who need transportation, do we generate any additional funding for the transportation, or is that just a liability that we're incurring?
Through you, Madam Chair, it would be in addition to our transportation budget, and there would be no further transportation grant.
Trustee Hart.
Thank you. Continuing on with transportation then, in the scenario 2 of 3 schools into 1, there are 200 students transported, but in scenario 1, there's actually 200 students transported there, 71 to one school and 132 to the other. So in fact, there's no difference. Presumably, it'd be a very small difference in the cost of transportation as to whether you had one scenario or the other. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Let me go back then to the capital costs and the issues of Aberdeen and Ealing. At the 3 schools into 2, tell me what we end up with. Do we end up with wheelchair accessible schools which would meet that criteria? Or do we end up with schools where we still have additional capital to do over the next that's couple of decades?
Yeah. Through the chair, that's correct. What we did with the renewal, and it's really the taking from the ministry inspections that they've done in our buildings and the deferred renewal and the 5-year window, which they prepared for us. These are high and urgent needs in our buildings, and they assign those prices to them. So what you see there is really not really capital, it's really renewal costs. And in the renewal cost, I have assigned a portion of it for AODA compliance, elevators, lifts, ramps, and that type of thing. We budgeted basically $100,000 a story is what we're using for our benchmarking for making buildings accessible, elevators and ramps accessible. So we've added that money in. So with the, if you see the bottom of it where you see the renewal last section where you see $5.8 million at Aberdeen, that would deal with all the backlog of renewal that the ministry has estimated to be done on the building, as well as compliance with AODA standards to make the building accessible. The grant for that would come from our school renewal grant or a school condition grant, and that's what the ministry applies for. And again, just like any renewal, we would be put in the mix as to the need and priority and take it on, knowing that by 2025, all our buildings have to be accessible. So if the two buildings were to stay open, they would have those type of repairs or those type of renovations done to make them compliant by 2025 included in that number.
Do you have a follow-up, Trustee Hart?
Well, just I guess where do the funds come from? Like with the 3-into-1, we get some ministry capital. Is there any ministry capital with 3-into-2?
Through the chair, no. There would not be a business case. First of all, you have the capacity at the two schools, apparently on the 50-50 split, knowing that we haven't been able to determine exactly the split, but they would both fit if you did that split or some close number to that. They would fit. There's enough empty pupil places that we could split, put Trafalgar in Aberdeen and Ealing without having to add any accommodation. And that's really the key point for the business case. What they want to see is that you have to add permanent capacity to request the money, and they fund it on per pupil place basis, and that's how they fund the renovation cost. Where at Trafalgar, we'd be adding approximately 300 pupil places to the school, which we would build a business case, knowing that we have removed approximately 600 pupil places through the consolidation project. So that's how you build the business case, and would request the capital money at Trafalgar. There is no business case since you're not asking for any additional capacity either at Aberdeen or Ealing. What the ministry would respond to is we give you a school renewal grant per year. You have a school condition grant, which is on top of that. That's the money you should be using to do your repairs on your building with your renewal. And they've gone on record to say that the school condition grant should be utilized also for AODA compliance. So they're expecting us to work within our own grant structure to do the repairs. Any additional accommodation would be the money requested through the capital priority or the capital process that we undertake each year with our capital requests.
Not seeing any further hands right now. I have one question, and I'm just looking for clarification on the busing. If I'm looking at currently under all of them, under status quo, there are no students being bused. They're all walking. Either under scenario 1 or scenario 2, all of a sudden we have 200 kids that we're going to bus due to hazards, but there's no new streets being crossed that we currently don't have students already crossing. So I'm a little confused as to why it's safe for them to cross those streets if they're attending 3 schools, but not if they're attending 2 or 1.
I'll try just because I'm familiar with the attendance areas. My understanding and our discussion with STS and preparing this number is that there is just on the split, there will be a portion of the students outside of the 1.6 kilometers. So there is some students coming from Trafalgar that would be outside it. The other thing centered around the hazard with the 5-point intersection and the students crossing that intersection. My understanding now that the attendance area there is split on that intersection, and we would be, I guess, requiring the students to cross that intersection, which would then require it to be a hazard, and made the difference between the two scenarios. Either they're going to be coming from Ealing and Aberdeen, or Ealing across to cross that intersection to get to Trafalgar, or they'd be going from Trafalgar across that intersection to get to Ealing, and the other one's just a distance thing from the far end of Aberdeen to bring them into Trafalgar with respect to the numbers. That was the explanation given to me by STS when we were working around the attendance areas and trying to anticipate the flow of students back and forth, that we would anticipate the split of the boundary to get 50-50 would be across that line. As Trustee Polhill indicated, though, until we do an attendance area review and actually strike that line, that number would vary. So it is a rough estimate at this time, not knowing where we would split the attendance area.
I understand that. Can I ask, even under scenario 2, though, I mean, boundaries wouldn't be a factor if they were all going 3-1.
Right.
Can we just go back and ask for clarification on that and maybe check with the school too? Because when I look at the Trafalgar boundary and I drive that corridor every single day, twice a day, I see kids crossing that street, that 5-point intersection to get to Trafalgar currently. So I really would appreciate some clarification on that one.
Agreed. We will go back. We did have that, as you can tell, we did have a discussion about that because I questioned that one. And again, that was a response, and we used it. But we can follow up and get more clarification.
Anything further from trustees? Trustee Bennett?
Just to follow up on that, we know that STS has said that they're going to do a review of the hazards that have been in place in the past, because some of them may or may not be relevant. But you're saying that they're also willing to identify, or could be also willing to identify, new hazards, depending on the situation.
Through the chair, that's again, we requested the information, and we questioned them once it came in to ensure that we had it correct, and that was the response. But if we need a more explanation, we'll go back and ask for it.
Trustee Polhill?
So I'm looking at the charts and I'm seeing that in regards to, there's not very much difference between the staffing that we currently have, the staffing that we would need for the one school to close. What savings is there in closing one school? Where is that savings being generated from?
What would happen is that staff would be allocated to other parts of Thames Valley, and so it would go into our holdback and be used.
So if we have, like, under the scenario 1, we currently have one secretary at each school. We would still have one secretary at each school. So we would save the secretary at Trafalgar, at the closed school, the proposed closed school. So I see that there are savings in that way, and they'd be reallocated, that kind of thing. But are we talking about enough savings to warrant closing the school versus, because when we talked about this and we talked about one school, we talk a lot about programming. We talk about the buildings and their age and renovating them and what kind of facilities they would have, et cetera. So my question is if we only close one, it's not about programming, it's not about facilities, because they're not getting upgrades to the extent at which they would if they were all going into one. So then we can only lean on, well, what's the savings to the board to close one? And I guess my question is more like a comment. Why are we looking at these schools? Are we looking at them to save money? Are we fiscally responsible? Or are we looking at them in order to create programming? Because initially you guys, the administration, only wanted us to look at closing one. And so I guess when you decided that that's what you wanted the ARC to do, what was your intention? Because programming is not going to be at an advantage to closing just one. So there must have been another motivating factor.
Executive Officer Bushell.
Through the chair, what we charge the ARC with is to review the accommodation of the 3 schools and have one or more schools up for closure. So we did leave it open that there's potential for 2. I've already indicated that we have excess pupil places in the core that we schools were operating at approximately 50%. So there was an opportunity to consolidate students in fewer buildings, which we wanted the ARC to review. At the same time, as we do with all our ARCs, how can we improve programming? What can we do to review that and discuss it? So through the ARC process, that was really the reason for the ARC is looking at the situation. We had excess pupil places. And there is a savings involved in consolidating schools and running less facilities. And secondly, is there an opportunity to improve program? I think when the ARC took their task, and I was at a number of the meetings, they really wanted to understand what benefit could come of consolidation scenarios, and discussed it. And when they determined that the potential of an enhanced facility, and again showing the staffing that could be in the programs that could be offered as proven today, at the same time saving operating and reducing our capacity and renewal needs of those buildings, that really was the benefit from 3 into 1. But I think it was always determined with the ARC processes that we wanted to study the potential of one or more buildings being consolidated, and they took that task on. So I think we did charge them with that task, and I think they understood that from the outset as we went forward through it with the ARC deliberations.
Are there any further questions? Okay, thank you. Reports from committees, Special Education Advisory Committee. Trustee Bennett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The Special Education Advisory Committee met on September the 9th. Under correspondence, you'll note that Madam Chair, I've been advised of the time, and I wonder whether we should deal with a motion
to extend
rather than have to do it in the middle of my report.
Yep, I would entertain a motion to extend the meeting if somebody would like to move that. Trustee Hart.
Till 11:30.
Understanding that we do have an in-camera item to deal with as well.
I presume that's for the public board meeting?
We'll have to recess into in-camera and then come back to report out. So if you could give us an end time.
11:50.
Is there a second for that? Trustee Grant, all in favor? Reluctantly, that's passed. Trustee Bennett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Under correspondence, you'll notice that we received some information from the Blue Water District School Board about a recent student survey on gifted programming, and so that will be followed up because it's a different type of survey than we've used here in Thames Valley when we've had program reviews, so that might be helpful information. The only other item I would bring to your attention is the, under item 10, we talked about the SEAC priorities for the 2014-15 year, and you have attached the goals for special education for the program department, the special education program. And we also talked about utilizing the video when staff are discussing the individual education plans. And you'll note that we broke into small groups to discuss priorities for the year. And you see a summary of the feedback from each group. Notice one of them was review versus input. Where does the SEAC committee come into this process? What is the advising capacity of SEAC? And that certainly needs to be discussed because it's come up several times in the last couple of years. And I'll leave it at that in view of the time, Madam Chair.
Are there any questions on the SEAC report? Trustee Jaffe?
Just a quick question. The number of exceptionalities has gone down from 13,000 to 9,000. I'm trying to look at the numbers here.
Yeah, 11,000.
So if you look at the total exceptionalities, 1396 compared to this year is.
First of all, you have to note that the effective date of that information for each of them, one of them is from June and one of them is from September. And I'll ask Superintendent Culhane to comment further.
Through the chair, we did have a conversation about that at our SEAC meeting, and recognizing that it is the beginning of the year and there are students that have not been identified, that have not been on individual education plans when that information was printed. It's live data. So for example, if you look at the junior kindergarten column, it would probably, I'm not looking at it right now, but I'm assuming it says 0 down that column, whereas if you compare it to the June information, you would see a number of junior kindergarten students identified by the end of the year.
Okay.
So it's not really fair to compare June to September, and we did have that conversation, and we'll be bringing back data that we'll be able to compare on a more annual basis.
Okay. Well, I thought maybe we'd fix 20% of the exceptionalities.
We're working on that as well.
Any further questions on the SEAC report? Okay, Thames Valley Parent Involvement Committee report. Trustee McKinnon?
And through you, Madam Chair, I'm pleased this evening to bring forward our first TV PIC report, and hopefully we will continue on for the rest of the remainder. I know you've all had a chance to look at it. I'd like to thank Superintendent McPherson, who came in and sat in for Director Elliott and gave us a overview of a PPM number 158, which was issued last March concerning concussions. That will be coming towards us in a draft policy soon, Don, correct? Yeah. Also, coming up is our symposium for TV PIC, October the 22nd at the Lamplighter, and October 23rd at Stone Ridge in St. Thomas. So that's coming up. You can put that on your agendas if you're not too busy with all candidates meetings. Sorry about that. I had to throw that in. Ouch. Also, and speaking about that symposium, Director Elliott is going to be speaking on the strategic direction with parent engagement. Pathways to Success and the My Blueprint will be Superintendent McPherson's category that night with his staff, and the BITSPA role of the parent will be Superintendent Demand, and we thank you all for, as a committee, thank you all for taking part in that 2-day planning. I also have a recommendation that came out of our meeting, and that recommendation is that Alana Luxton-Zacher and Kathy Sharives be appointed to the Thames Valley Parent Involvement Committee as voting parent members. I will move that recommendation, Madam Chair. And one other thing is that I am looking for somebody to sit in for me on November the 13th. I have been sequestered by Superintendent Griffiths-Jones that day, so I will not be able to attend the meeting. That meeting's at Beale. If anybody is available that night to sit in for me, so we can have a quorum and get some work done.
Thank you. Can I have a mover on the recommendation, and then we'll come back to volunteers? Trustee Hart seconding that. Are there any questions or comments on the motion approving the 2 new parent members? All in favor? Thank you. That's unanimous. Is there any volunteers at this time? Trustee Bennett? So I'll leave you two to discuss.
Thank you.
You
might be with me, so you may not be.
Chairs Committee report. Trustee Hart.
Yes, thank you, Chair. The Chairs Committee report, I think, is fairly straightforward, so you can read through it. Just highlight a couple of things. Governance training with the prospect of new trustees. We will plan some dates for trustee training. So any of you that have suggestions as to what you would like that to look like, we did set aside a January date for some of that governance training. The inaugural meeting, we did discuss it briefly and also approved the student trustee request to attend their conference. The only motion is with regard to electronic voting. One of the gaps we had in the bylaws was not having actual rules around electronic voting. So we have a motion there to approve the electronic voting guidelines. They be adopted, and if we have to change them as we try to use them over the coming years, that's why it reads and amended as needed, but they'll be added to the bylaws. So I'll move that motion.
A seconder for that, Trustee Grant. Any questions or comments? All in favor? Thank you, that's unanimous. Are there any other questions on the chair's report? Okay, we'll have to leave item D till we reconvene. OPSPA update. Did you have anything you wanted to add, Trustee Reed?
I think a lot of it pertains to in-camera items, so we might actually want to have a short discussion during that time.
Okay, notice of motion, there was none. No notice was given. So if I could ask for a motion to move in camera, please. Trustee Coughlin, seconded Trustee Campbell. All in favor? Thank you.